Last we left off, finishing up your assassination alongside Claudine and the other two corners, Gary and Merrick. A hard-fought battle between you and more or less the functioning ruling elite of all of T. Burn Brand Igniter, Kirill Jarnhat, and the captain of the guard, so to speak. On top of that, the train, which you later found was piloted by the target himself, the Grand Arbiter of Teague, Idis Fitan. After the battle, you took stock of what you lost. A lot of hit points, a lot of spell slots, and Gary. But you were victorious. The assassination complete. With Claudine taking the crown off of his head as proof. You all took stock of what little you still had and decided to rest for a bit, while also contacting High Priest Lillian Birch for a potential resurrection of one deceased Gary. You eventually did arrive at Abethus and paid the requisite price. Met up with High Priest, two of them, one of life and one of light. 6,000 for material costs, 4,000 for the services, and one Gary was, in fact, brought back to life, a little bit haggard and mostly asleep. Some brief conversation reveals that Noslord may be making a bit more waves than you anticipated, and Abethus seemingly have reached the ears of one of the High Priests, at least, who is not a fan, so to say. The question now remains of what to do with the bones of Teague. Some chaos ensued after the very rapid dissolution of all leadership. The guards, kind of left to their own devices, struggled to keep order. The prisoners, now noticing a opening, began to riot, began to fight back. One figure seemed to reign above them, discovered by Zero. Nolan Godner Evian, a man that simply does not fear you nor even Polaris when he dropped from the sky. He asked you to leave the city to him, which you very staunchly declined. And seeing the tide shift, he gathered up what remains of those loyal to him, including some guards seemingly, and left. Just walked straight out of the city, leaving not much left behind, just a few handful of guards and a couple hundred prisoners. Merrick decided to stay behind to act as a temporary leader, at least an order keeper, in the absence of real leadership, of which there were a number of candidates, but none that could be very quickly requested to do so right now. But Claudine still needed to hand in, or at least turn in, the job in exchange for her father, assassination of the Grand Arbiter. Riley and Zero are on board Polaris alongside Claudine, heading to Lipat, which would take roughly a day's travel. Where Chris decided to stay behind alongside Gary and Merrick. Chris, you said you were wanting to explore the tunnels a bit. But
yep,
the day is still freshly young, actually. It's only about high noon as a portion of your party begins to kick off towards the direction of Lipat. And the two aboard Polaris see the somewhat smoldering remains of Teague just off in the distance, the black smoke obscured by white snow, before it's vanished from view entirely. That is where we leave off. Okay. Zero, Riley, and Claudine aboard Polaris. I'll give you perception checks real quick. It will take roughly a day. Just to keep an eye out for things.
I forgot to get my stat block up.
I'm making
Not a
one too.
problem though.
No, not yet. On brand. Let me go in for Claudine as well. Is pretty decent perception. Passive perception, at least. Okay. How high do you guys want to be flying?
How fly?
How fly do you guys want to be?
At least as fly as a white boy.
There's an upper limit.
I hate you. Why didn't I see that coming?
There's an upper limit to how fly a white guy can be. Sometimes
I did
fly.
put that as the minimum, I think.
How high do you guys want to be? So if you're higher, less chance of being spotted by anything, but also less chance of you seeing anything.
Do we even care about seeing anything? That's the question.
It's up to you.
I feel like we should care. We cannot afford any detours right now, but I feel like we should care.
Yeah, true. What if there's like an army on its way? Okay, yeah, good point, good point. I think we would notice that. Let's fly as, minimum as fly as a white boy would be.
Okay, so like...
Whatever that means.
Yeah.
Quantify that however you wish.
Yeah, so probably below the clouds, at least maybe the ground visible. Not very well,
yeah,
but at least you can see the ground.
I have zoom, so I can just
you have zoom
see with my elf eyes.
It's also almost eternally snowing.
Oh, true.
Yeah, but you can see the ground. Riley and Claudine would notice this, though you have zoom, so you might be able to make a better view of it. The trail left behind by the couple of... It was a good amount of people that left Teague alongside Mr. Nolan Godner Evian. And you can kind of see their trail, even from up here. You don't see footprints. You do see kind of like this almost like deep groove that was cut in through the snow and then just over time filled in. I think it's been roughly a day since they left, if I recall correctly, or was it the same day? I don't quite remember. Either way, it hasn't been long. The parts you do see clearly are bodies. Most likely bodies, as they have kind of the same color as a lot of the clothing. Seemingly these, the ones that died along the way seem to be the ones that haven't been lucky enough to find something warm before they left. So every so often, every couple 100 feet or so, you just see one or two bodies just in this groove that was cut up by this kind of roving horde that is now let loose on Thane. But you do fly fast enough that you do kind of catch up to them, actually. High enough that they don't really spot you, especially with Polaris being white against white. But you can see. Riley, do you point this out to Zero?
I see no reason not to.
Okay.
I spit out the window at them.
Yeah, you spit and you can see it immediately turns to ice and then just falls somewhere. Just part of the snow. But,
And I hope it kills somebody.
You might not need to, because you roughly recall how much left. It was a good amount. It was not the entire population, but a sizable chunk of the population. Their numbers, even one day in, have been reduced to roughly half, seemingly. They're not making a great time.
Yeah, leave this city to us, please.
Yeah, Riley, as you're making zoom, with a perception check, you see that they have acquired some dog sleds. Seeing that they took some that were kind of lashed outside. They're going pretty slow, but you see one figure that looks kind of familiar to you. The one that you kind of saw read his mind as you were leaving Teague for the first time, kind of a middle-aged man, pale, balding head. And he's just kind of in one of the back of the dog sleds, just sitting in the kind of like a kind of makeshift basket made of just very old wood. And is sort of just trudging along, just staring back at everyone, kind of trying to follow up him. Follow ahead as much as they can.
Well, makes one wonder, was that a Rexen plant on his way back? Or is he off to declare war on the Rexens or join the Rexens? Who even knows?
Who knows?
We fly onward.
Mm-hmm. Unperturbed. Continuing on. Zero. Where are you about Polaris right now? If you're, yeah, either dining hall, foyer, if you're trying to spit out the window at these people.
Yeah, I'm by the window. The biggest window.
Okay, that'd be, yeah, probably dining hall. The biggest view of the front of the dragon, which is where most people tend to, find things outside. It is the biggest, clearest view. You can see Claudine, after seeing the people down there, is sort of sits down in one of the chairs of the dining table and just kind of begins looking at the crown that the Arbiter was wearing. It's somewhere between complex yet simple, like almost a melding of almost tribal and like modern mainland crowns. It's jeweled, made of like this kind of like this silver platinum, and there's just elements of bone horns on it.
And she's just looking at it?
Yeah. There is not a huge stain of blood, but there is blood on it. And she sort of just kind of absently just rolling it through her fingers. Just looking at it from every angle.
Where is she in relation to where I am? Like, is she like kind of behind me?
If you look out the window, yeah, roughly behind you, probably good like 15 feet. So, sat at the dining table.
Then I guess I'll slowly just saunter over and just ask, did it feel like you expected it to feel? To kill him?
Without really taking the eyes off the crown, just goes, I don't know if I felt much of anything. I didn't have any stake in him. Never really met the man. Don't have quite the colorful history that you and he have. It's just a job like any other they sent me on. One they probably thought I would fail, but I didn't. It's just, he kind of holds it up to the bloodied silver crown. This is the meal ticket, the key. My father's release. I haven't really, I guess, processed that. Not since Gary died, but he's back now, so I guess I have other things on my mind.
Are you ready to see your dad again?
I don't know. Because I don't... You know that the Rexens aren't kind. And they've kept him prisoner for decades. I just don't know if he's going to be same man I knew.
What's the likelihood of the Rexons holding their word and letting this be the final job you have to do to get him back?
If they hold a contract or some weird bullshit of family honor decently high, their name is pretty important to them, and the weight it carries. Anything that can undermine that, including not holding up their end of the bargain, they try to avoid. Though, if they have any sort of a leverage or way to weasel out of it without besmirching their reputation, they'll take it too. So, I don't know. They've told me that they'll release him, but at the same time, things didn't really go according to plan.
I guess me and Riley will try to just lay low and like that. If we need to get off the dragon at all, actually. I know how they feel about us. Last we saw them, they tried to kill us. Yeah, they don't like us, and I don't want them to know that you're working with us if we can help it. So I guess we'll stay out of sight, but we're gonna stay in contact with you. And if anything happens, or if for some reason you stop answering, I can't guarantee how we're gonna do it, but we're gonna have to go in. Thankfully, between the 3 Xodiacs, the stinkier of the 2 are here. But even then, I don't know what we would be walking into. I know nothing about the Ruxin's place. I think I'd be a fool to underestimate them, especially now that we know they work with demons, I think it was. Yeah.
I always wondered how they had a habit of just kind of being there, or at least having some invisible hand of the Rexons just kind of act on their behalf. I guess the whole demon angle explains how they did that.
Yeah, they got contracts with someone, somewhere.
I'm no demonologist, so don't know how to leverage that if I can at all. I just steal things above my pay grade.
If it's any consolation, even the one who summons demons among us doesn't really understand them either. He just kind of does it and wishes for the best.
Well, it certainly shifted the power dynamic in Teague, which could be good or bad in terms of how the Rexons want to run it. I think they're under the assumption that the city would be intact. Just a kind of kill the man, replace him with a little puppet. That was the assumption, at least. Now it's kind of a ruin, I guess. 30 years from now, maybe other adventurers will go explore it.
That's the hope. Brave new frontier. The frozen hellscape, open to the public. I'm sure many a researcher would love to get their hands on whatever's here.
Well, not before you pilfer everything of value.
I'm assuming the you in that sentence was you and not me.
as a group effort.
Well, I mean, I'm not really interested in resource extraction unless that resource is fish.
Claudine sort of turns towards you, Zero. How about you? You want to be experts on resource extraction?
Sure. That's like what I've been doing, I guess, anyway.
The dynamic in Teague is muddied, I guess is the word. I guess the old man had a lot more secrets, pathways, connections than I thought. I don't know. Just he begins thumbing through the or just playing with the crown again. I don't really know what the consequences of what we did are now. But I guess it doesn't really matter. Not to me, at least.
Well, the mainland's gonna have to find a new place to ship their prisoners, but I'm sure that won't take them long to replace it.
No shortage of maximum security prisons. Celia has one. Petscat has one.
Yeah, I'm surprised they would ship people over here anyway, because Black Harbor is way harder to get out of.
I guess the concept was Thanes, the whole prison. Like, if you really escaped the city, where are you gonna go? I mean, you saw, like, was it dozens of people already died?
Corpses.
Yeah. And they couldn't take any of the boats. Those are guarded as well. It is strange why they ship them here. A lot of the icebreakers, the ships to Teague come from Silnia. But Silnia has its own prison.
I wouldn't doubt it's for the labor. At some point when we were down here, we caught a glimpse of what looked like some kind of tunnel they were digging into the mountain. I don't know how much progress they made with that. Sure, I could guess what they're looking for, but that's the only thing I can think of is the labor.
I guess every prisoner is just another replaceable cog in the machine.
And that's why we had to destroy the machine.
Claudine sort of... It's a very small smile, just creeps across the one corner of the mouth. Well, I guess that makes me feel less bad about the whole thing. I don't care about killing the guy, it's just, I don't know, it kind of had waves I wasn't really anticipating.
Well, so long as the Zodiacs are overseeing things for the time being, then it's a net positive for the entire globe. I'm sure one day we'll have to take a step back. Check's watch. In like a month or so. Got other things going on.
Right. Oh. We'll see how that works out, I guess. You have your construct friends in somewhere?
Oh yeah, they're north of Lipat.
Okay, well that's someone. They're not making don't have many friends south of the range, huh?
Well, I mean, if you want to count Polaris, he started as a dragon in the Shard Mountains.
I count Polaris.
I guess having a dragon is... Yeah, that's a net positive. We're fighting off impending invasion. Guess we'll see how everything goes.
How do you normally get into the Ruxin's house? You just knock on the front door?
I do. The guards, they know me enough. At least know I have deal. I just go up, ask for the Rexons. They tend to not really fight me on that. Not anymore, at least. I doubt that they'll be as receptive if I bring company along.
Yep, that's why we're standing by on the dragon.
You know the password to get in?
Zero does, and that's what matters.
I kind of want to go down.
I just recommend you stay elsewhere in the city.
Yeah, I'll wait. I'll wait until we hear word from you. Or we don't hear word from you.
I mean, you guys can be in the city. I just wouldn't recommend breaking into the Rexons Manor.
No, if we show our faces in the city, it'll make it back to them pretty quickly, I think. So it's fine. We'll just hang out up here.
It might be for the best anyway. I don't think their outside eyes are very good at spotting dragons. I've
Rarely. Oh, go ahead.
No, I don't mean to interrupt your line of thought. It's kind of a lot to think about, so I might sit somewhere. One of the rooms, maybe.
Yeah, take all the time you need.
Yes, Zero, your inquiry.
Yeah, I don't know the reason. Because I feel like there has to be a reason. That, what was his name? Evian guy? What was his name?
The one that you met in the city.
Yeah. The guy who seemed to be the leader of anyone, this branch of people that were held any kind of loyalty to the Ruxins. He didn't seem surprised or afraid of the fact that Polaris swooped in. And I can understand a guy being strong-faced and keeping his cool, but it's a fucking dragon. And this guy didn't even wince. And everyone else did. Everyone else took the fuck off, but...
Well, I mean, think about it this way. He's under the employ of the Rexons. And they've got demons.
I guess.
So he's probably just thinking, not gonna fuck with that.
I don't know. He didn't.
Because he backed off, right?
I mean, only because he, knew that there was no way that he was going to make it out alive, I think. But he wasn't afraid for his life or anything, I think.
He probably was. And he was just very composed about it.
Maybe. You're better at reading people than I am.
Well, it's true that I wasn't there. No idea. That's just me thoughts.
What did you say this guy's name was?
Something Evian.
I feel like I've heard that name.
He seemed to be the person leading the prisoners. He was the one that led the group out of Teague to begin with.
Oh, that death march outside, okay. I don't know much about the name, I just know that well, you're right. Rexon's employ. A weird reputation from what I know. Did you swoop with the dragon and he didn't seem surprised?
Yeah. I had the dragon pretty much just like bomb dived the city, and everyone else took off except him. He just didn't break eye contact. Simon, what was his name?
Full name Nolan Gardner Evian. I can spell it out in the chat if you'd like.
I don't need you to. I'll just go like, oh, that was it.
Do it.
Yeah, that was his name. Nolan Gardner Evian.
And sounding more familiar. I don't know much about him. Never met him. Never seen him. Just rumors, I guess. From what described, it seems to track. From what I've heard, the man doesn't really, I guess, feel fear or something, or have any care for safety. I'm not sure. Either way, yeah, Brexons do hire him. I don't know if he's a full-time employee or his loyalties is just to himself. I just know, yes, yeah, media connections.
Well, if he's a man incapable of feeling fear, then I guess that solves it. Clearly, something went on in that brain of his. Some sort of risk deduction. Understood that there was no way he was getting out of this alive should he, oppose us.
Yeah.
Maybe. Again, I'd have never met the guy, but he does seem to be a favorite of the Rexons. I don't know if that's a warning or anything, but it's something to remember. He's in this city when it fell.
How long do you reckon it'll take for them to get to the light pad?
On foot. Even with the sleds. Minimum at least a week and a half, probably more. I doubt all of them will survive either.
Yeah, with some of the shit that we saw out there, other than the elements, that number's going to drop very quickly.
Considering they've already significantly thinned out and it's only been the first day.
Should be noted that whoever does survive that trip back to Lipad, assuming that's where they're going, it'll probably be the toughest, hardiest, and most brutal of them. Believe me, Teague is not... doesn't fuck around. The people there were not good people.
I'll turn to 0. So is it a good thing that our mage kind of blew up the city?
Is it ever a good thing that our mage blew up the city?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
I don't think so. Purely because now he's compromised a lot of the infrastructure that we might need in, our attempt to rebuild anything there. So starting with something was better than nothing, and
it's like a phoenix. You build from the ashes.
It's
weird.
It's almost like I can hear his voice in my head.
Mary looks to you, Chris. What the fuck are you talking about? Chris just shoots up in a cold sweat.
I'll shudder at the memory of his voice, oh. Hate that. The worst sound. No, I could be biased because this is what I do, but a more indirect, slightly sneakier approach would have been preferred for me, but we got it done either way, so I guess it wasn't the end of the job, but yeah, I wasn't. I think that could have gone better, personally.
Yeah, I think that's what the Rexons were hoping for, but probably not crossing their fingers about. Then again, maybe it is. I mean, I don't have any real loyalty to the Rexons, so... I'm not encouraging it, but maybe it wasn't the worst thing if they wanted Teague intact. If no one gets it, don't empower them.
I guess we could do a little bit of research, you know, once the dust settles in a month. Figure out if there's a better point to have a city in this frosty world.
I mean,
Because it doesn't necessarily have to be Teague.
Not a lot of resources around here. There's like ice and snow.
You can build with those.
I'm in a permanent encampment. I guess here it's better than nothing.
Even the people that are left over down there, I never intended to just evict them. I only sent out the ones that I knew held loyalty to whoever this fucking loser was. And I don't regret that, but, I don't know. I don't want to excuse their crimes, but also I think potentially something positive could be reconstructed from what's left over. I think.
And
obviously
that's how you gotta think.
Yeah. And I don't think it would hurt to have some extra hands around the place. I'm a little interested to see where the fuck those Frostwalkers are.
If I recall, you said you saw a few of their bodies, you know, lying limp.
I think so, right, Simon? I saw like one.
You saw a couple, yeah. Like, there weren't huge numbers, but like, yeah, you saw, you recognize some of the Frostwalkers' gear. More furred, less armor.
How many Frostwalkers were there, like, originally jumping around?
I'm not sure the exact number. The number that followed you was like a couple dozen. Like, you know, like 20-ish or so. But like, you're not sure of the whole number that were following you. Or the whole number as like a facet of the city.
Hmm.
Oh. I'm going to sit and think. Take one of the... I'll take Chris's room, because he's not here to stop me.
That's a power move.
You have any requests for what I should do in his room?
Hide something.
See if you can find any cursed artifacts in there and then chuck them out.
Leave something, but also take something.
Replacement, okay. Yeah, good suggestions. I'll go do that. And she just sort of gets up. The ice chair scraping across the ice floor as she slides out from the ice table, opening the ice door up the ice stairs. Chris, what do you have in your room? Just normal stuff, I think.
I don't know if I wrote if I put anything down.
Yeah, so it's just I think it might just be the standard stuff. If you haven't like put anything purposely into your room.
If I did put anything in there, it'd probably be, you know, the stuff that I got from Nelid, where like from my old house, like the
like
I
your
don't know,
actual
like
personal effects, right?
yeah, like a I don't know, like old teddy bear or the practice wand from Fragile.
Yeah. Okay. Claudine will do things in your room. that leaves the two of you to discuss things if you'd like. Or anything else you'd like to accomplish in the next 24 hours or so.
I'm going to... Actually, what did Claudine say she was going to go do?
Just sit in Chris's room and think, ruminate.
Yeah. I guess I'll like leave the room and I'll kind of just follow her up to Chris's room. And I guess just as she's stepping in, I'll just speak up and be like, hey, I'm gonna go back to the mainland for a second to check on my horse. Do you want to go with me? It's out in the Silverwood, I think, right? That's where the fort is, right?
Yeah, Silverwood.
It's like an hour walk north of where Gary lives.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's. I mean, you saw it. It was Chris's fort. Do you want to go with me? I know you said you were gonna be busy in thought, but I'm probably gonna be out there for a bit with the horse. You can be busy in thought in the woods, maybe.
Yeah, I can visit, get somewhere warmer, I guess.
Okay. And I guess I'll just shout through the house to Riley and be like, "Hey, we'll be right back," and I will teleport us to the fort.
Roger that.
Okay. Alright. Casting teleports. And I'm assuming you took something from the fort like a while ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, Polaris, assuming that you keep your memories when we get you a new body, I hope you, look back on these times positively and don't blame us.
You are obtaining a new body for me.
Well, maybe.
But what will become of this house?
Not sure.
I exist to serve as a living place, a place to hang your head, a home.
That's your purpose for now, bud. But one day, we'd like to see you, free from your duties. And, should you decide that you actually want to keep serving us, that's up to you. I think you'll appreciate the freedom, though. Or maybe you'll curse us for not letting you have an immortal dragon body again, who knows?
Make a persuasion check.
To do persuasion. Oh, wow.
There's a pretty long pause as Polaris Spanish speaks up. I had not considered what free will entails. It was not part of my creation, nor my purpose. But you permit a servant of the house to choose for itself.
Shit, I don't know how to answer that. Because if I say yes right now, what's gonna happen? Well, that's the idea. Don't want to use you forever, Feels a little bit bad on the conscience.
If that is the fate you have determined for me once my purpose has ceased to be useful, I will ruminate on this.
Well, I don't really want to make it sound like I'm determining your fate there. You know, that's up to you. Maybe you should ruminate. There are merits to being an immortal dragon forever, but can't help but think that your past as a conscious being, even if it is unknown to you, may be preferable. It's unknowable until it happens.
The future is not something that I have given much thought. A facet to ponder, I think. Very well. I shall ruminate on this potential option further.
By all means.
Anything else you would like to do aboard Polaris?
Can't fish up here, so nope.
Alright. Zero, as you teleport to there's this fortress from frigid Thane to slightly less frigid Arias, the sun finally shining for the first time. 2 weeks or the trees, most of the leaves have fallen off, except for the few pine trees you see littered around. Snow cover, but not nearly as knee-deep as it was in Thane. The clouds have somewhat parted. It's a little overcast with little bits of patchy openings that some sun does shine through. And the warmth of the sun finally gracing your skin for the first time in weeks. It's almost too bright now, as the sun bouncing off of the snow is a little like flashbang-like, but it's not nearly. It's almost a welcome change back to, compared to like the almost eternal darkness it was for the past couple of weeks. But you see the stone fortress there. Gates closed, blood in the snow, but don't see any horses outside at least, but you can get inside very easy.
There's blood on the snow?
Outside, yes.
Does it look fresh?
It's frozen, so probably not that fresh.
Oh god. This blood is frozen.
Okay, I guess I will. You said there's no sign of the horses?
Not outside. Make a perception or investigation check.
You know which one I'm making. Shut the hell up.
Perception, okay. Yeah, you find some patches of blood. Just some spattering. There's like a couple pools, pretty small. As you sort of dig through the biggest spattering of blood, you see fur underneath. Kind of like patchy brown. Very coarse. As you're sort of uncovering more and more snow, it's a grizzly bear. A full-size grizzly bear. It looks pretty gaunt, like it's like it just hasn't had enough food for the like hibernation, and looks like it's been gored a couple times.
Giorgio's cousin.
Yeah, there's some bite chunks taken out of it.
Oh boy. Okay. I guess I'll start getting into the fort. However, I have to do that.
Yeah, I don't know if Chris has the key specifically, You could probably just climb it, honestly.
Is there a lock?
I believe so. Yeah. Chris, do you remember if that spell has like magical doors? I don't think they are. I think there's normal doors, right?
Let me in.
I don't know.
I think
I don't
think
I
there's doors.
Yeah, I don't have the spell in my
Right as a
spell
scroll.
list.
Well, what was the spell called? Instant Fortress?
It is like Mighty Fortress.
Mighty Fortress. 8th level, Jesus. Or stone doors in the...
I think I just said for the doors to be at the front entrance.
Yeah, so yeah. So like between the 4 walls of the outer wall, I think there's only one of them that has a door.
Yeah. Yeah, only one wall has like a main gate.
Right. They didn't really specify what doors are like. Just as there's a door.
But I think like with like all my like stuff like mansion and that it permission for creatures who I deem friendly, I guess, which would be 0.
Sure. Yeah, so 0. As you go to this fairly large stone door, you go to pick the lock as it just opens before you even get to it.
That's no fun.
And Claudine's like sarcastically claps. Wow, you picked the lock before you even got to it.
Roll my eyes and keep going.
Yeah, as you enter the door, you see a hulking black horse just looming over you. Skeletal looking, but like with like really taut, tight skin, a black horn jutting from its head. Fury.
Just gonna walk up to it and just put a hand up, just be like, "Hey, bud, I don't got any fish for you right now. Sorry."
Yeah, you even with the crap perception, the horn's a little red.
Yeah, I don't think you're hurting for a meal, but
Yeah, moments that you don't have any fish, he just turns away and walks like further into the courtyard. You can see, yeah, there are these little stable where all the horses are residing. Seem like Fiery's making like some he's thickening up the shelter a little bit with just like found branches and what pieces of grass and like thatch you can find.
Aww.
But it's increased in size somewhat, and it's keeping most of the snow out. You can see all the horses in there. There's a pile of like dried grasses that he's also found. Well, just piling up into the corner. So you see a little puck, like curled up, kind of in the corner, keeping warm against one of the other horses.
I'm gonna whistle from where I stand and call Puck over.
Make an animal handling check.
Why? It's not bad.
Yeah. As you whistle, all the horses turns towards you, almost like out of instinct even. Puck, who I don't think you've ever whistled for before, sort of like perks her head up and just begins like very awkwardly bounding towards you. Like in the weird like horse way where it's like it's kind of just like kicking all over the place.
I'll meet her in the middle.
Yeah. Meet in the middle, and Puck begins sort of like nuzzling the inside of your knee.
What's Claudine doing?
Just watching from afar.
I'm just gonna wave her to come over.
Gets closer and just kind of awkwardly pats the head a couple times.
Wow, you have such a way with animals.
Not a lot of horses up in Lipat. Except for food.
Do you like animals?
I mean, I don't dislike them.
Huh.
nature-focused person, I guess. More at home at the city, which is kind of its own ecosystem.
That's fair.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
I didn't used to be, but I don't know. After I got to know Jana and watch her do her thing, I could never do what she does, but I can appreciate it a bit more now. I'll just give Puck some pets. Awkward little weird little Puck.
Yeah, Claudine's also just kind of doing the same, like scratching Puck behind the ears. Yeah, I get it. I mean, Gary also has a kind of occupies the same niche as Jana, I suppose. He's well, you know, Gary's Gary. Just a forever optimist. Especially starting out, yeah. Always seemed curious about the world. Having, I guess, come from a place that a little more alien than here, I guess.
I'm back.
Hey.
Well, I'm probably just gonna hang out with Puck for a bit. Not too long, because it's a bit cold out here. But just gonna make sure they have everything they need for a minute. And I don't know. Don't go too far, because there's weird shit out here. But, yeah, I guess I'll call you when we're leaving.
Alright, I'll just pet the horse. All of them. Just walks and wanders off, starts petting the other horses. At some point, Fury walks up towards you, Zero, and just drops a bag in front of you, like a backpack. It's covered in blood.
Oh. Bend down and pick it up.
Yeah, you open it up. It's just miscellaneous items. It's like, you find several gold, like, purses in there. It's like some daggers, just like a couple like survival stuff, like tinder boxes and stuff.
I'm gonna look up to Fury and just be like, is this your collection? Is this your treasure? Your winnings?
Fury just snorts. Yeah, Fury's a, you know, decent sized horse. Fury snorts and you can see like the steam coming out of the nostrils. Inside you find about 17 gold. And about 34 silver.
I don't know why this reminds me of Stardew Valley right now.
Yeah.
The horse coming back with gold.
Yeah, like the house and like the fortress isn't that far off from Abethist or the roads. Like a couple of hours away. Like it's not unlikely for people to pass by.
Well, thanks, bud. Great work you're doing out here. Is there like a fire anywhere, like a fire pit to start a fire, or
You can make one.
I'm gonna make a little fire pit for the horses.
All right. Yeah, you start a fire pit. Yeah, you made fire. It's well, not easy, but you know how to do it. And you start up a small little fire. It's pretty small as Fury sees what you're doing, goes out and collects some dead branches. And he begins just chucking them into the fire. Smarter than the average horse.
He scares me slightly.
As he should. Anything else to do in Chris's fortress?
No, I think I'll probably just hang out here for a bit, not too long, and just kind of keep the horses company, make sure they have everything they need, food and stuff like that, and maybe I'll do some brief surveying around the fortress and just kind of keep an eye on things, see what else is out here. There's weird, creepy shit out here.
Sure. Make a perception check.
Oh, okay. Yep.
It's super clear. It's so clear. There's absolutely nothing here. You lost sight of the grizzly bear body, actually, somehow.
Excellent. Excellent. All in a day's work.
How long are you hanging out here?
Oh, an hour.
Alright. Okay. Oh, well, that's happening. Chris. Your compatriots just left on Polaris, leaving you and two of the four corners back at Teague. You're currently inside the throne room, inside the Beacon of Repentance. The door toward the special wing is somewhat collapsed after the explosion, but it's closed enough to keep any of the cold air out, at the very least.
Oh, something happened.
Oh, what's up? Uh-oh.
Yeah, room 20. Okay, I'm back.
Hi.
Back in there.
I will be right back.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. You catch any of that?
What was the last part?
You are currently in the throne room of the Beacon of Repentance. The special wing is mostly collapsed at this point after the explosion. The door kind of got kicked off the hinges, but it's closed enough to keep cold air out at the very least. But Merrick is also in the throne room. Gary is also with him as well. You see a couple of the guards kind of just return to their post, actually, as Merrick has been systematically kind of keeping order where he can.
Yeah, I'll turn to Merrick and say, good job. And then I'll turn to Gary and I'll say, be sure to protect Merrick.
Merrick just slowly turns towards you and just makes direct eye contact with you. No smile, no anything. He just turns slowly. As you say to Gary, he just smiles and gives a thumbs up.
Good. That's good. And then after, I'll make my way back down the stairs towards the train.
Okay. Okay. And you know the magic, the literal magic words.
Yeah, the dawn never dies.
Mm-hmm. The torch flame shifts blue as the stairway at the end of the hall goes from left to right, leading you back towards the entrance of the Dawn Devourer. Not the Dawn Devourer, what the fuck's it called? Dawn Flare. Dawn Devourer is a different thing.
I think I'll attune to the light of expurgation.
Okay. So you spend an hour to tune.
Yeah.
Okay. You doing that in the basement where the Dawn
Yeah,
Flare is?
Yeah, I'll do that. Can I also walk and attune to it as well?
It requires basically an hour, like a short rest, I think.
Okay.
I guess it doesn't really. I guess it doesn't require a short rest. I think an hour, sure. If you're not doing anything like super intensive, sure, I'll allow it.
Yeah, I guess I'll just, just walk. Walk along the tracks and just go down the tunnel.
Okay. We'll make a perception check. Okay. So, you walk, just jumping down onto the tracks, and it's just ice. It seems to be roughly hewn or carved out. While the initial, I suppose, terminal where the Dawnflare train is situated at is a fairly well-built, like domed structure, like high-roofed. The pipes coming down, like there's a lot of infrastructure there. The moment you pass through the mouth of the tunnel, it just goes from that well-built, civilized train terminal to just rough-hewn tunnel, where seemingly just they don't really care very much if it looks nice. Not like they did back then either. But this one is very utilitarian in design. The tunnel is just big enough for the whole train to pass through without hitting or scraping against the walls. It goes down straight for a while, like 60 feet more, as you're walking down. There's no light source. Everything is just kind of gray. Do you have the lantern out, the light of expurgation?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that will provide the light, if you want. You can't really stop it from giving light either. It just emits 60-foot bright light, 60-foot dim light. Pretty much giving you perfect vision out to very far. As the tunnel itself is probably about 15, 20 feet high, maybe about, about 25 feet wide. Big enough for the train. The train tracks themselves look well made. They're not old, they're relatively fresh. The wood itself is pretty new, if a bit frozen to the ice. The metal or the steel rails, new, a little bit rusted, just from the ambient moisture maybe. But you're just walking. And eventually the train tracks begin to sort of curve one direction and curve another, like very gently. You're walking for quite some time, about 45 minutes or so, as the train tunnel keeps going. It doesn't seem to, with your intelligence, you don't detect it goes up or down very much. It's not going down at a steep angle, it's not going up at a steep angle either, though there is a slight gradual incline by like a few degrees. Like most of the tunnel is uphill, but only certain points. Sometimes it straightens out, sometimes it goes down for some reason, then it goes back up, but most of the time it's an upward trend. It's very subtle though.
Can I determine which direction I'm going, like north, east, south, west?
Looking at your compass, most of the tunnel it turns left to right occasionally, but most of it seems to be going north northeast.
Okay.
At least for now. Yeah, again, the tracks are gradual curves. They're not very sharp or anything. You're able to detect that. Yeah, I'm just judging from the work. These are like rough hewn, like with tools and everything. Make a, hold on. Yeah, make an investigation check.
Okay.
Okay. As you're going through the tunnels, yeah, most of the tunnel is rough hewn. Like you imagine with tools, like either axes or shovels or like pickaxes, like with tools. And you saw a number of tools back there too, just on the tables, well worn, well used. There's a couple places that aren't hewn. It's strange because it goes from kind of like rough, craggy, very shorn texture to occasionally some places where you're sort of feeling it is like the hardest packed ice. It's very smooth. like someone almost took like a knife to it and just sort of just glided through. Not sure why, but it doesn't happen. It's not through the entire tunnel. It's just some places, like just one patch of it every couple like hundreds of feet or so. But majority of the tunnel is just carved.
Can I see anything like at those points? Like, is there anything of note other than that?
I'm just pressing them, investigating. There's no ruins, no invisible wall. It's just out of nowhere, a piece of ice or a patch of ice for the next like couple, like 10s or 20s of feet is just smooth, like completely smooth, and then it's rough again. You know, just randomly every couple hundreds of feet.
Interesting. Do I notice any other, geological features?
Most of the ice is very deep. Just judging from where you were, and with your intelligence, judging like where you are now and the degrees of incline you are. God, I see another fucking fruit fly. The degrees of incline that you were climbing, you wager you're roughly about roughly a mile or so underground.
I see. How about the tracks themselves? Do they seem to be magical?
With the investigation check, no, they seem to lack any magic. They seem to be just rails. If there is anything magical, it'll probably be the dawn flare back there. And the actual tracks themselves are just a vessel for the train to ride on.
Okay. I guess I'll keep on continuing on.
Give me a second, I need fly killing.
No worries.
Discuss amongst yourselves or what you want to do.
This isn't a very good Riley session. He's got nothing to do.
It's more so just investigating here. Seeing what these ice things are. It's interesting because I wonder if the dawn flare has if it's some sort of plan to kind of melt that ice somehow. And
They did actually say that outright, yeah.
I wonder if it's a one-way trip.
Yeah, that's more interesting.
Okay, I'm back. I killed 2, weirdly. Thought I killed all of them. There's 2 more. Okay. Yeah, you continue traveling down the tunnel?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, as continuing, that same trend happens. That general, gradual uphill climb, and every so often, just smooth ice. About an hour in, you begin to hear elements of wind. You don't see light or anything, but you hear something like a house that is being buffeted by wind. You just like this every so often gentle, just almost knocking in a way. Just like the creaks of ice as you're getting up, more upwards towards the surface. You're not sure how they even got here to begin with, considering that it is very deep underground where the dawn flare started. You eventually find that the tracks end, and you see tools there, you see beams of steel. The track's incomplete, and the tunnel stops.
Can I see, investigate the wall where the tracks end?
Sure. And make another investigation check. Okay. You investigate the wall. It is just a sheer wall, pretty much. You see some work that had been done. Like there's some pieces of ice chunks and like fragments of ice and some snow even. You're getting closer and closer to the surface. Just compacted and frozen until it's just almost like this very hard, like ice-snow mixture. Just chunks of that laying around. You feel a thrumming, like something whirring on the other side, just feet away from the where the wall ends. You sort of look inside. The ice is clearer up here. It used to be just pure blue down, like as you went from the depths, and now where you are currently, it is a little clearer. You don't see light. You're not that close to the surface yet, but with the light from the light of expurgation, there's like this black, like 2-foot wide void, maybe 3-4 feet in the ice.
Would I recognize that as one of the anchors?
Make an Arcana check. You're not 100% sure if this is what this is, but you're pretty certain in your guess. It is not one of the anchors or related to it that you just surmise. The ice isn't purple or anything. It hasn't been corrupted. You've been to actually a island where the island was corrupted. The snow and the ice did turn purple and shards began to erupt from it. This isn't that. There is just a void on the other side of this ice. You can Arcana check. Sorry, you did make an Arcana check. As you're sort of focusing on this orb, 2 foot wide, it's decently sized. It is just feet away. You're sort of looking at it, and something in your brain connects. Something in your mind just latches onto this orb. It doesn't hurt you, but you've made a connection.
Do I notice anything new with this connection?
As you're sort of connected to it, you feel the connection falter. It was a strong connection, but then as you're sitting there trying to focusing on it, the connection begins to sort of waver a little bit. Whatever this void is, it seems to almost shrugged off that attempt. Whether you attempted it unconsciously or not, as that connection wavers, you hear that whirring sound get a little louder, and then almost like this really high-pitched whining as the orb slowly creeps closer towards you. As it does, it eats through the ice and just begins moving towards you.
I still have those things on me, right? Tentacle tree.
You do, yeah.
Are they reacting to it in any way?
No, it just latched onto your head.
Don't know if I can determine, but does this void orb look have malicious intent?
Now that it's out of the ice, you can see that it ate through the entire ice and it's just moved towards you, roughly 10 feet. You sort of backed up a little bit as it did. And after it moved a little bit, it sort of stopped and now just hovering in the air. Hovering. You don't see anything bending it. It is just a black void like almost in space. It's just suspended there, and that's where the thrumming was. You hear it. It's almost like this whirring sound. You look at the hole that it made, and it's perfectly smooth. A perfect, just like it ate away a perfect cylinder where it used to be.
And it's about how big is it? Is it like the size of my head, or
Roughly 2 feet in diameter.
okay?
So it's like human torso-ish a little bit, like a little smaller. With that Arcana check also. Now that it's out of the ice, now you have visual confirmation of it. You're pretty certain what this is. This is a sphere of annihilation.
A sphere of annihilation.
Yeah. It is also technically a magical item, though most like readings that you've heard of it kind of treat it like a force of nature in a way. There's really no way to contain it necessarily. It kind of just sits there until acted upon. It's also very difficult to act upon it. But those that do, or can sort of move it at will, and whatever touches it just erases from existence.
What are the conditions in order to have it, well, kind of wield it, I guess?
You just have to focus on it while you're within a set distance, about 60 feet-ish. And if you force your will into the sphere and succeed, it'll move in a direction based on your, just how intelligent you are. Like, if you're super intelligent, it'll go way faster, way further. Failing, though, it'll cause it to slowly move towards you. Stories you've heard have touted spheres of annihilation to be the end of many wizards who thought they could control it and couldn't. No one really knows where they came from. Most people, the stories you've heard, the wizards and spellcasters and anyone really who's found one just found it. Just there.
Interesting. So if I move back, does it move back with me?
If you move back, it does not. Yeah, it's now about 20-ish feet away from you.
Can I try to impose my will on it?
Sure, make an Arcana check. Yeah, as you try to impose your will on it again, you try to make that connection again, and again, you feel it connect, but then the sphere of annihilation almost shrugs it off again and moves towards you. About 10 feet. And then stops, suspended in air again.
I see. Would it would it be bad if I touched it?
Stories you've heard have not spoken highly of things that touch the sphere of annihilation. You can try.
I probably won't.
Yeah. Spheres of annihilation, as is, are kind of mysterious objects, but some people have found a way to use them.
Has there been any accounts of Arcanium coming into contact with these things?
No. If there has, you don't know of it.
Okay, I'll back up like 20 feet,
Okay.
and I'll try again.
Okay. Make an Arcana check. Okay. Make a much stronger connection this time. Focusing your will directly into the sphere. You can feel it almost move in the direction you want. And as you give it a command, almost, a direction to move, at the last second it shrugs off your will and moves 10 feet towards you. And that ever-present humming, that whirring, just as it approaches you, just gets a little louder. But again, stops, just a little shy of you.
Um, do I notice any more of these?
Make an investigation check. Looking around, looking into the ice, even with the lantern. No, you don't see any more just pitch black voids hidden in the ice.
What if I... What if I cast Enlarge, Reduce on it?
You can try.
Yeah, I'll do it to cast Enlarge. I'll cast Enlarge on it.
Okay. It says you can do that to an object as well, or just creatures.
It says creature or an object
Okay.
you can see within range.
Okay. As you cast Enlarge Reduce on it, the spell does take, and then nothing happens. You try to sense where the magic went. You surmise the sphere ate your magic.
Interesting. So it kind of it's kind of like anti-magic in a way. It just kind of eats everything.
From stories you've heard and from, well, observation, seemingly.
Hmm. Uh, and this sphere was in the middle of the ice at first.
Yeah.
Was there anything behind it?
If you look into that
Just-
hole, no, just ice.
Okay. I think at this point I'll like go on to the phone and call up the group and say that I've discovered a void, a void orb that seems to be can eat anything. It it takes a lot of intelligence to be able to control this thing, and I haven't been able to do it yet, but it is a possibility, I think. And I think this is what they've been using to kind of carve out the tunnel where the tracks lead.
I literally don't know what to say about that. Don't get yourself killed.
Wait, is there a limit on the...
I don't think our relaying rocks have a limit.
I think it was a couple times a day.
Oh. Character limit though.
Oh, if it's character limit, I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
You have a time limit. A magical message no longer than 1 minute. Three charges regains all charges daily at dawn. Chris, what would you like to do? I have this orb hovering a couple feet away from you.
I'll step back about 20 feet.
Okay. Trying again.
Or maybe 30 feet.
Okay.
And then I'll try again.
Make an Arcana check. Okay. After repeated attempts, now knowing the nature of this orb, this sphere of annihilation, you focus your will on it one more time. Try to fish for that same connection you had with it before, imparting your will on it. Which direction would you like it to move?
I'd like it to move forward.
Okay, into the tunnel.
Yeah, well, into the ice wall.
Okay. What's your intelligence modifier? 6, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So it moves 30 feet forward into the ice wall, which is roughly about how far it went chasing you after the failed attempts. As it does, it eats back into the ice with, again, that high-pitched whirring sound as it just erases the ice from existence. And if it moves 30 feet, it stops again. Once it stops, that connection is broken once more.
Yeah, so there will need to be a continuous kind of focus. Is there any way that I know of to kind of guarantee a connection with this orb? Like each time I try.
Make a history check. Now knowing what the sphere is, you recollect back any story you've heard of wizards or any spellcasters, any magic user that has survived a encounter with the sphere of annihilation and survived its usage. It's a matter of keeping that connection intact. Doing it by just your raw intellect alone is difficult. And as you recollect, a lot of these, the few wizards and spellcasters that have used Sphere of Annihilations for whatever purposes they described, seem to sort of relegate the task of keeping connection with the sphere into a magical item of some sort. One dedicated specifically just to keep in contact with the Sphere of Annihilation.
So like wait, containing the sphere or
Keeping the connection of the sphere.
within an object?
Yeah. Like while you impart the will and the direction where it moves, the connection is maintained through the use of a specific magical item. And see what magical item? It could be one they made or just what other secrets they whatever other magical secrets they've had that they kept to themselves. But the trend you see is the connection can be maintained through the use of a magical item.
Okay, I see. Do I have any magical items on my person that I might be able to use? Or
The stuff you read, it's dedicated magical items specifically for use of containing or keeping connection with the Sphere of Annihilation.
I see, okay.
Yeah.
So it would have to be something specifically made for that.
From what these wizards have done, seemingly. You're not sure if that's what they did here or if they were just chancing it every single time they were using it. Yeah, but given how hard that ice can be, especially deeper in, it makes sense to you why they would have to need a literal matter-eating sphere just to get through some of this ice.
Yeah. Yeah, I probably I'll probably go back and, just kind of I guess devise a plan in order to kind of figure out a way to control it.
Okay.
By making an object or something.
You can certainly try. The records you've read don't keep enough, like a history of that. A lot of wizards are very secretive with their secrets. Or keep your secrets. But you can also brave forward where some wizards have gone before. Heading back then?
Yeah, I'll head back.
Okay. Heading the hour walk back. It does take a while. Again, that slight incline. Every so often, dipping left or right or up or down, but always going up. As now you're going the reverse route, slightly going down for the next hour or so. Okay. By the time you get back, Zero, you're probably teleported back to the dragon at this point?
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess as we get back, do I see Riley? Is he just out and about in the house?
Good question.
He's gone.
Right. Okay.
No,
Right.
he's not, obviously. He's still around.
See his body bleeding out in the middle of the dining room.
No, not another one. I'll just let Riley know that we're back and just be like, your boy says hi, referring to Fieri.
I should have sent you with the fish now that I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, he was thinking the same thing probably.
Whoops. Well. Note it for next time.
He's not hurting for a meal. He took out a bear at some point recently, so he's fine.
Holy shit, what a badass.
But
So
yeah, I
wait, hold
guess-
on. He eats fish, but he also eats bear, and bear eats fish.
The concept of two fish eaters fighting for dominance is just a completely foreign concept to Riley.
Just land animals in general. Riley's like, what do you mean?
What do you mean they can eat fish and fight?
And what is a hoof, really? Is it a
There's little pile
finger?
of secrets.
Is it a foot?
They're not special. I can also eat fish and fight.
That's true.
Simon, what time is it right now?
By the time you get back, you still take an hour there, so for you, probably about like 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Oh.
13 o'clock.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure what to do either.
You think it's worth checking if Chris killed himself yet?
Yeah, maybe.
How does the thing work? It's like, is it only 3 charges for the individual, or?
3 charges for the individual, yeah.
Okay. Well, you might as well do that then.
What, call him? Text him?
Yeah.
Yeah, I will just send Wizard, are you living?
I'm living.
He is living.
Do I hear that?
Yeah. Anyone connected to
Okay.
the group call gets the same exact same message.
Okay, yeah.
So
Yep.
Saleth gets it, George gets it, Answin gets it.
Just I'm living.
Well, he didn't kill himself yet, so that's a positive.
Oh,
Or
before
neutral, at least.
before I leave the orb, is it possible that I could do another test and see if the orb sends things somewhere? Like if I tie a rock to the end of a rope and throw it into the orb, can I pull it back out?
You can try. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll try that.
Okay, so you get a piece of rope. Get a lot of rocks or ice for chunks around here. You tie a piece of ice, you throw it into the orb, you sort of hear something tearing, and then the moment the ice hits the rock, and some of the rope gets pulled in with it, eventually the momentum sort of just dies off, with no rock being attached, as you just now have this limp piece of rope that just sort of got eaten away with no rock in sight, or no piece of ice in sight.
Yeah, I guess it just kind of eats it away. But yeah, I'll head back towards the dawn flare.
Okay. Okay, as you're heading back, it'll still take a while. Dragon Crew, any discussions, any actions?
Not that I can think of.
No, I'll probably just sit back and relax until the evening time.
Okay.
Oh, maybe I'll send to Chris one more time and just be like, are you spending the night out there, or are you gonna come back to the dragon?
I'll probably come back in about an hour or two.
Yeah. Then yeah, I'll probably just spend the rest of the day just, I don't know, killing time, knife throwing or something.
Okay. As Claudine returns to Chris's room, to do whatever she wants in there. Yeah, Chris, as you return back after the hour, the pretty long walk, and you find the dawn flare sitting there, just still crackling with energy, not being fueled anymore. You turned off all the little pumps, so there's not a huge flood of arcanium being pumped into it, but the front engine is still kind of crackling, just with latent power, seemingly.
I think I'll go inside the train.
Okay.
And see if there's any way to determine how to operate it.
Okay. Yeah, eventually, it's kind of like almost flush with the actual door itself, or with the frame itself, but you do eventually find an entrance from the first carriage into the engine. The door is still kind of open, and inside you see a dead arbiter. No one's really bothered to clear the corpses down here. Most people don't even know how to get down here. He's not smelling or stinking. There's no flies because it's too damn cold.
Because they're all in Simon's room.
That's true. I found another one actually, but I haven't had time to kill it yet. I don't know where it went. I saw it flying, buzzing about. But I'm about to beat a record. It's crazy how many flies I killed today. Oh, I score. Yeah. Inside you see no windows. Actually, it's completely almost dark. Like a complete dark room. It's not too big either. Maybe a couple feet in either direction. The moment you step in, though, you see arcane lights sort of blip up. An almost holographic display sort of erupts around you, and then almost screens somewhat, like little small slits where windows would be. You see sort of outer views of every angle of the train. You see some from other carriages even. It's almost making like this virtual display in front of you of what the outside would be like. You see blue and red arcane glyphs. You see like just every bit of floating piece of magic just strewn about, and you recognize these as a wizard to be some controls of some kind. It's as complex as a Cillian machine would be, yet combined with like almost contemporary arcane knowledge. It's a massive feat in engineering, as one that you don't have any inkling to operate right now, at least. But make an Arcana check just in case.
Okay.
Damn, Jesus. Okay. There's no displays or buttons, or well, there's plenty of displays, but there's no buttons with labels written duct tape on them or anything. Everything's just kind of this floating control, all kind of illuminated from like a center console, which in and of itself is also a complicated mess of just pipes and wires and like this almost giant glowing blue orb, which is kind of situated in the center. No seats, you kind of just have to stand here. But you sort of fiddle around with some of the things that look not as dangerous. You just stick your hand in one thing as you sort of, like an arcane sigil. You stick your hand in it, rotate it. It kind of rotates like a lock. You can see the viewpoint sort of shift. And you've gained some knowledge of how to operate this thing. What each individual sigil and button does, not sure, but you managed to figure out how to shoot from it. There's a couple buttons that seem to vent some sort of energy from the sides of the carriage, some that shoot at specific targets. You see one that's kind of almost like an emergency, like get off me button that sort of sends like an arcane eruption throughout the entire exterior of the train, or at least the engine of it. You also figured out the controls to go forward and back. You eased forward a couple feet as you hear this almost high-pitched, almost electrical humming sound as it gears up and it moves forward slowly. Sort of stop yourself for a bit, and then you move back just in case. To make sure that's the right control, and it is. You figure out how to shoot, to move. There's a bunch of other buttons here. You're not sure exactly what else they've built into this contraption.
I think I'll just kind of practice the stuff that I figured out already, so just moving and shooting. With the shooting, do I like can I also, does that give me the option to do surveillance too, like looking around the train?
Pretty much, yeah. Like they're almost one and the same. They're just sort of rotating the almost like arcane dial, and it's just like rotating a camera almost on the outside. It sort of shifts the view to the exterior. There's only so much screen space you have, so you can only really look in a couple directions at once. But it seems like windows were not something they built into this thing. Like all surveillance is done from inside there.
If I try and shoot, do I notice anything different? Like within, I guess, any of the sigils or information being given?
Make a perception check. Jesus Christ. I've been rolling hot the entire time. Make a couple test shots, mostly on the dead body still here. It's not hard to shoot. It's mostly just pointing and clicking, literally. You just rotate the dial, you click on where the display is you want to shoot, and it kind of just does it automatically. There's still some variance, so they still can miss, but it's accurate enough. I'm not sure how far it can go, but it seems okayly far. That center blue glowing orb in the center, it's not just glowing blue, it's a liquid. Arcanium, you just surmise. You didn't realize that it wasn't just a completely opaque glowing blue orb because it was full. It was completely to the top, like there was no indication there's liquid inside. As you fired a couple test shots, it's just very slowly, slightly, like millimeters depleted enough where you can see a small bubble forming at the top, indicating that something's went down.
I see. Okay, so it's kind of like it's fuel source.
Yeah, you gather that blue orb in the center is more or less, yeah, the fuel gauge. Fuel.
Yeah, I'll just from there I'll just kind of, continue to practice and that sort of thing. Just maybe moving back moving forward a few feet, then moving back a few feet, and doing that a couple times till I'm comfortable with the movement and thrust of it.
Yeah, you haven't really driven a train, but like there's almost no like startup. You go forward, it goes forward like as much as you push it, pretty much. Stopping, that's a different matter, but it seems pretty responsive. Try not to run this thing off the tracks, but yeah, there's really no left or right, it's just forward and back. But just from fiddling around with it, that's about as far as you get for now. Until you find, if you find a manual or what other capabilities it has. You find how to shoot, you find how to move. As far as trains go, that's pretty decent.
Yeah. I think after a little bit I'll just teleport on the dragon.
Okay. Teleporting back to the dragon. Yeah, easy enough. You all get surprised by Chris just suddenly appearing.
Oh, welcome back.
I've done it.
You mastered the weird destructive orb thing?
Not yet. But I'm learning how to operate the dawn flare.
Oh, the train thingy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good then. Stay away from the orb. Stay on the train. That's good work.
Well, I think the orb could be useful. Perhaps, that could be something if we find other anchors. Perhaps that could be a good tool to get rid of them.
Well, I don't disagree. How are you going to get that over there?
Yeah, that's an area for research.
We can also just destroy the anchor just normally, like we've been doing. Should we even find any more?
It does seem that the orb does like to, well, it eats anything, but it's possible to kind of keep a stable connection. Well, at least I think. There have been accounts of wizards who kind of impose um, their will within an object and kind of maintain that connection. But it, I think that may have been the case with the Igniter or another mage, but most likely the Igniter who probably uh, did something like that in order to control it. Otherwise, I would have thought he would be dead by now if he tried to control it normally.
Yeah, it's possible that they also used a bunch of sacrificial lambs.
I guess that's possible.
I reckon we still have a little bit to go before we hit Lipat. Plan is to stay behind while Claudine goes in, reports, and if at any point we lose connection, then we'll head in and see what happens. Hoping it doesn't come to that.
So we're just kind of staying out.
Yep.
Is Zero going in with Claudine?
No.
No, I have a feeling that it won't take very long. If we show our faces down there, it won't take long for the word to get back to the Ruxtons, and I don't want to jeopardize any chance of Claudine getting her dad back if they, were to either find out that she's working with us or where to be seen. So we're staying on the dragon, Chrysostomus. And make eye contact with him, strong eye contact with him.
Maybe there's a mountain we can go on.
I was thinking about having a fish in the river too, but it's cold.
We could do that.
I think Zero's right. We should stay on the dragon.
I mean, I just don't think we should go down the light path, but I mean, if there's a nearby river or something, we can head over. I definitely want to collect something from the outside of the entrance to Lipat, like the tunnel that you go through before you have to give the password, just so we can teleport back here faster if we need.
Not a bad idea. We'll have to keep the dragon nearby, though, because, again, it's cold. I guess I could just tiny hut, but I'd rather the safety of multiple layers, yeah?
Yeah.
Alright, back to waiting, unless anybody else has anything else.
No.
Okay. Okay, resting up for the day then, till you arrive at Lipat.
Seems so. Do I even have resources I need to... Oh, and it wouldn't be a full rest. Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay. Okay. As you all begin to wind down for the night, night comes. Thankfully, a normal night. Though the moon is still mostly full, at least it's not very incredibly dark. As if anyone who likes to look out the window, not really storming, it is just a gentle snowfall. Still cold, you can still feel the lack of heat from the other side of the window, though you are more or less safely contained within. Lapping up Polaris' wind, just kicking up some of the flakes, adding to the already soft wind outside. Everyone make a perception check for me.
This is my, I have consistently rolled 2s on perception like 4 times now. I'm gonna kill myself.
You're conked out. You have no idea. Yeah, Chris, you can do whatever you like. You don't have to be asleep if you want to. Riley. Somewhere in the middle of the night, what are you doing at this point in time?
Just chilling in the kitchen.
Okay. You're sort of chilling in the kitchen. Just sitting there, or just you're cooking?
Either or.
Okay. As you're sort of in the kitchen, just relaxing, whatever you like to do. Maybe keeping stocks. And what foods do you still do have, perhaps dill, or your lack thereof. You hear something above you. Like
Above.
Like footsteps, which is not really not unusual, especially with the people around here. By this hour, Zero should be asleep, and Chris probably in the room doing nothing. Jane, you're not sure where she is, but she has very distinct footfalls. Metal on ice is kind of hard to not hear. And Claudine, I doubt you could hear if she tried really hard. Plus, you're not sure what she's doing anyway. You hear something above, like very soft footfalls.
Polaris, do you hear that?
No, I don't believe I do. What do you hear?
Sounds like someone's stepping above me. I'm gonna go check upstairs real quick. Riley's just gonna rush up.
Okay. As you rush up to the bedrooms, looking around, Jane sort of curled up where Error used to kind of be, I guess, that little like bed of clothing. Just the lights
not
sort of dimly glowing. Sleep mode.
neat.
But don't see anything unusual
that's
here.
what I thought. Not anything going on there. Riley will check his room first.
Okay, you check your room. Your fishies are still there.
Okay, nothing out of the ordinary here. I'm gonna like slowly tiptoe over to Chris's room and see what's going on there. Dread this.
Yeah, Chris, what are you doing at this hour? And this is it'd be like 2 or 3 o'clock at night at this point.
I'm contemplating on the void thing, so I'd probably be
Contemplating the void.
I think I'd be like working up the process to try and kind of contain the will or connection between the void and me.
Okay. Oh, you're dreaming up schematics, pretty much.
Yeah, or trying to research or practice or whatever.
Okay.
I'm not. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. What would be the main process to try and achieve that?
Right. Yeah. As you're sort of getting the bones of that, there's plenty of ways you can do that. Or that you think you can do that. The main thing is just keeping connection. That's it. And then the rest is just kind of imparting the will through the item into the sphere. How you're doing that, that's what you're trying to contemplate. As you do that, you see Riley sort of slowly opened the door with, I won't say cringe, but just like, what's going on in here? As, God, how there's so many fucking flies? I killed 3 already. Yeah, as Riley, you open the door, and Chris is just sat there at the desk, or like at the bed, writing out notes.
Were you walking around a second ago?
I might have been. I might have been at the window just looking out at the void.
All right, carry on. He'll sheepishly close the door and discount that because that's not solid enough of an answer. Okay, Zero's room next.
Yeah. Zero, are you asleep by 2 or 3 o'clock?
Where's Claudine right now?
Claudine would probably be taking Janet's room at this point. If Chris came back.
No, I don't think I'd be asleep yet.
Okay. You open the door and, yeah, there was you, Riley, sort of peek his head in.
Apologies for not knocking. Were you walking around a second ago?
If I was, you wouldn't have heard me.
See, that's the problem. I did hear something. Did you not?
Simon, do I even need to ask? Did I hear anything?
No.
No.
No, I didn't hear anything weird.
Huh. All right, carry on. Next, Jana's room.
Yeah, you see Claudine in there. You see Claudine putting a pillow underneath Janet's bed. Just slowly.
Would I like have accounted this as the noise that I was hearing?
No. This is just one, you don't even hear her, really. She's kind of moving around, you don't hear her footsteps, pretty much. You can. They're very soft. As you sort of walk in on her, for doing this, she sort of looks back at you. I stole Chris's pillow and replaced it with a block of wood.
Did the block of wood happen to hit the ground at any point?
Come on, who do you take me for? I don't make mistakes like that.
So then, did you hear anything strange? Something like footsteps?
Upstairs, maybe? I thought that was Chris or something, but...
No, Chris is in his room. Did someone teleport? Oh no. I'm gonna go check the teleportation room real quick.
Okay. Okay. Are you rushing up or are you sneaking up?
I'm sneaking up.
Make a stealth check.
Meh.
Okay. As you're sort of sneaking up, in the teleportation room door, there's a small window. You're sort of sneaking up, and as you do, make another perception check. Okay. You don't catch much, but as you crest the circular stairwell up to the top, trying to be as sneaky as you can, you get close to the door and look in. You see kind of like this gray blob in the teleportation room at the circle, sort of sprinkling something over it. You see what could be arms sort of moving about. And it sort of turns, you think it turns back towards you as, in a flash, the teleportation circle bursts with light and the blob's gone.
Hey, Chris, get up here!
Do I hear that?
Oh yeah.
Sure, I'll go up there.
Okay. Yeah, you head up and you see Claudine's followed you by this point. As you see Claudine, Riley, Zero, you heading up to, or?
sure if anyone goes to get me. Or
Yeah.
if I hear.
Yeah, you would hear
people
that.
shuffling.
Even with your -1 perception, you would hear that.
Okay.
Yeah, as you all
Someone
congregate.
teleported in. Our circle's been compromised.
Someone teleported in.
I didn't
Well-
get a good look at who. They were sprinkling something over the runes.
They must have known the runes in order to teleport in.
Well, that only leaves two
Or-
possibilities.
Or they had something from us. You said they sprinkled something?
There was some weird sprinkling on the runes. I don't know what. Is there any visual evidence of it?
You going in?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you doing anything before you go in?
Like checking for traps?
Yeah,
I'm
do-
already like looking for traps
Make an
because
investigation
that's
check.
like brought attention to that.
Yeah, make an investigation check. And anyone else who would like to make one or any other check, you're welcome as well.
I would like to kind of make a check to know what sprinkling might have been.
Okay. Make an Arcana check. Fucking
Nice.
Chris has been. Good God.
He knows exactly what's going on.
Okay. Yeah. Riley, you're looking for evidence. You've seen where that figure was. It was just this gray blob. Like just very hard to make out any details whatsoever. Just gray. You try to look for the sprinkling. Looking around, you don't see anything out of the ordinary. Nothing explodes when you all walk into the teleportation room. Zero. As you're sort of looking around, you do find evidence of something on the ground. Very faint. It looks like some sort of like almost red powder. Like very fine. It almost hurts your hand to pick it up. As you sort of show that around. Chris, with that roll, and looking at whatever Zero just found, you see it's kind of red in shade. You're pretty familiar with this substance. It's not even a substance, it's just a thing in a powderized form. This is powderized gem dust, which you know is a pretty crucial component to the spell teleportation circle. With that Arcana check, you're able to determine that the teleportation circle wasn't sabotaged. It was used.
Would I infer that meant that they knew the ruins for this circle?
You're not sure. All you know is that they cast the teleportation circle here, which you can do at existing teleportation circles, to teleport to another teleportation circle. Meaning they just used your doorway to go to another. Yeah, but the circle itself is still intact. Though you do know, just from your specialization as a conjuration wizard, as being the main teleporter, having very good knowledge of these things, knowing the ruins of a teleportation circle means anyone that knows that ruin can teleport to that circle pretty much at will.
Throw the whole thing out.
Yeah, that's if they know these ruins, then that means they pretty much, well, they can pretty much teleport whenever they want. And knowing it's the Great Blob people, they're hard to kind of keep track of.
What was our last encounter with Grey Blob people?
It was in Obethus when we went to go meet up with the kids whose name I can't think of, the one who gave us the slime. Not the slime, the anti-magic jam.
Yeah, you guys went
Oh.
to, still need to pick up Jamming Jam.
Sylnia, yeah, not Obethus.
Oh yeah, that's right. Riley had an encounter with them.
Even if we got rid of the teleportation circle at this point, they've been in the house.
Yeah.
It's not going to be hard for him to get back in now that he's been in here physically. Like, his chances of succeeding are higher.
Polaris, did you not notice somebody get in?
I did not. My apologies.
Wow, they're sneaky. No, I mean, if you didn't notice, that's more their skill. What the fuck?
I will say, this is one of the reasons why I insisted we all wear these amulets, because, like, if somebody scryed on us, the scry lasts like 10 minutes. I feel like I've, like, collected information, like, not listening, but, like, reading something or memorizing something before through scrying. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe one of them scryed on us while we were in the house, and maybe in this room even, and they got a glimpse of the runes, and they got in here on their own.
Without having to use the teleportation circle runes at all?
Well, I mean, if they
Because
had
there was an hour where Riley couldn't wear his thing because he was attuning. He was either attuning to something or he had to unattune to let Azazon back in. But Chris also decided to not wear his amulet for like the entire year.
Yeah.
I also
don't
wasn't on the dragon that entire year.
True.
I mean, you don't have to be if they caught you at the right time and you were in the room with the teleportation circle. That might be how they got it. Otherwise, I don't know.
Neither do I.
Could they teleport straight to the dragon? Is that an option? Like, is that is that considered a place? Because they technically have seen the house. Wait, no. When Polaris was in that alleyway, he was invisible the entire time, right?
Yeah.
Sorry. So unless, well, I wouldn't put it past him to have the ability to just see past the invisibility.
Yeah, they jumped on.
I guess that's also a possibility.
What, that they could have been here this whole time?
On the outside of the dragon. Also, Polaris would have noticed that too.
I mean, even if they were inside, we wouldn't have seen them unless we might have been looking for them, maybe.
Is there a way to track where someone may have used a teleportation circle to?
From the use of a teleportation, unless it's being I don't think so, actually. The teleportation circle, if you know the ruins to a place, you can just teleport from there, from one place to another. Well, a permanent one at least. There's not a whole lot of footprint that you can try. I remember if I made a ruling about it. Yeah.
Well, now that we know someone's been in the house, I think we should probably take some time to go, about the place and just investigate to see if anything was left behind. Like that it was a rune that the Grand Arbiter wanted us to leave in Lipat somewhere. Do you remember? It's for surveillance.
Yes, I remember that.
So I think it would be worthwhile to just check everywhere.
I will use detect magic then.
Okay.
And start in this room.
Right. You cast detect magic. Are you just gonna sweep the entire house?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. And it lasts 10 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Okay, plenty of time to go through the entire house. The teleportation circle is still magical, still active. Going through the houses. Not everywhere, but a couple places. Find three Foreign pieces of magic. Divination school. You find a almost little gummy tack, almost gray in color. It very much blends in with the kind of texture of the rest of the house. It's like grayish blue. Find one of it under the table in the dining room. You find one under one of the stairs around where your rooms are. You find one also under the table in the kitchen.
What the fuck? These couldn't have been planted recently. There's no way. I would have noticed.
Yeah, I don't know when these came here, but this is interesting. Can I identify them?
Yeah, cast identify. They're more or less what you think they are. These are listening devices.
I'll speak into all three of them at once and say, "Squeeze my hog."
I hate you.
All three at once in 3 different rooms.
You can pluck them out, yeah.
Yeah, you can actually. You pry them off pretty much like gum. It comes off easier than you expect. Like almost like a hardtack.
Man, are y'all up for killing more world leaders? I'm down to kill a few more world leaders.
No, it depends on who's spying on us. Anybody want to come forward? We know you're listening. We know what happened in the teleportation room, so there's no use hiding it at this point.
My money's on Sylnia.
That's a good point, actually. Yoo-hoo! You know we're just gonna toss these out, right? Or maybe you've extracted all the information you want out of us.
To be fair, we're rarely in here.
No response or anything. Speaking to 3 pieces of gum.
What does
Can
it
I
taste
eat
like? We had
You're
the
eating
same
it?
thought.
Are you both eating it? Are you both taking one? Are you all 3 of you taking one at a time? So it's like whoever's listening just hears.
ASMR.
Mouth noises, ASMR, yeah.
Swallow it with my small intestine to sound like.
This will surely not awaken anything in the person on the other end.
Whoever would like to pop one in their mouth, it tastes like a little, like a bit like Play-Doh. Like kind of like that weird, like ashy, salty taste.
I wonder how this would go in fish.
Oh, very easily. You just put it in the mouth. It fits.
I'm gonna feed mine to Azek. Let him burn it.
Sure. Yeah, as you throw into his mouth, it does begin to crisp up pretty good. Whoever's on the receiving end of that is just going to hear this like fireplace at max volume.
Is there a way to reverse engineer listening, like figuring out who is spying on us through these?
You can try.
I'm going to try reading its mind.
Okay. By reading its mind, there's no mind to be read. It is Play-Doh. It is Play-Doh with ears.
What else could I do? Oh, I know. I'm gonna cast Vicious Mockery into it.
Okay. Someone on the receiving end just dies on the spot.
Now you listen here, you cowards! Come face us like men. Cast vicious mockery into the thing.
Yeah,
Teleportation room just lights up now.
a corpse falls out of it. Yeah, you cast Fish Mockery into the thing. No idea if it takes effect or not.
I love that so much. It's like shooting a gun at your phone. At your phone.
Except it works. Potentially.
Yeah. Chris, what are you doing with your gummy?
I'm gonna chew it
It's-
like a gum.
Yeah. Chewing it like a gum. It's not pleasant, but, you know, anything for the message, right?
Yeah.
Just squeeze my hog and then mouth sounds.
Mouth sounds, a fireplace, and then just an insult.
And then a sudden pain, a headache.
Everyone's ears are bleeding for different reasons. Yeah,
I
but
should just leave this in Grat's office.
it's just quiet oh boys underneath the breath at all times. Boy, oh boy.
We should have put this somewhere stupid, like the what were they called? The corridor rats, the corridor mice.
Yeah, the
Rats.
corridor.
Like put it in their little hideout and just hear their plots and their schemes and go like, wow, these Zodiacs are really fucking stupid.
Rats.
Unless they actually have a world-ending plot.
That's true.
Yeah, they have the Manhattan Project underneath their pile of rubble.
It's a clever ruse. Obfuscating stupidity.
It's true.
Yeah, as Claudine's watching all this happen, there it is. Okay, well, this complicates things a bit, at least for you guys.
A little bit. Not too much, though. You know, just somebody powerful could step through that teleportation circle at any point and make a mess of our dragon. No big deal.
Yeah. There's very little that we know that they don't already know. If anything, we know they'll be back.
Is it worth destroying that circle? I mean, I guess that would kind of hamper you guys, but I don't know, not my dragon. I don't know how much you care.
Hashtag not my dragon.
Well, me and Pratchell might be able to do some renovations. Such as, like, I don't know, setting up some traps.
That
That's
could be
true.
smart.
That's a fun idea. Trap the dragon.
At least the teleportation room.
That's not going to deter them at all. They literally walked in to the lion's den fearlessly. If they got caught by us, they'd be super beat up right now.
At least it'll be an early detection warning system if they do walk into a trap, or at least it'll delay them. Assuming they come back at all.
Is it possible to restrict access on a teleportation circle?
If someone knows the ruins, no.
Okay.
Do you guys think we could like well, we have a lot of fucking money. Do you guys think we could commission like a magical alarm system from the Annies?
I think we could. It would just be like an instance of the alarm spell, right?
Maybe, yeah. But something that like permanently has it going.
Faithful hounds.
Ooh. Can I ring the bell?
Sure.
It's like it was 3:30 in the morning.
Yeah, it is, actually. Yeah, as you ring the bell, 3:30 in the morning. I don't know if you actually visited the Andes this late before. I think you may have. But,
A few times.
yeah. The lights are dimmer. As you see kind of a in a very dim, like you only see a couple candles. All the braziers and chandeliers and stuff that usually light this very warm wooden interior is just dimly lit, and with your dark vision you can see most of it, but it is just very much has a store after hours vibe to it, though there's nothing really stopping anyone from walking in. You see a solo Theobor just kind of at the desk, sort of just reading something. You see kind of bags under the eyes. Oh, hi! Welcome to the Emporium. A little bit late, but okay. We invest in like a magical lock or something. Stop people from just walking in at 3 o'clock. We didn't really think about that when we started this whole thing, but it's probably something we should do.
Funny that you mentioned that, actually. I would imagine a business such as yours that, yes, has easy access to people with the means to do so. You guys probably have some kind of arcane security system in place, right? I would think.
Oh yeah, oh kind of. Well, yeah. He sort of points around and you don't see anything, but you sense a threat in the shadows.
What did you say like that?
Just a threat. Just
You look around and you sense a threat.
Literally. That's not
Nothing
even
else.
That's not even a joke. Who's walking in actually? Just Zero?
Somebody needs to stay behind.
I'll walk in.
You walk in.
All right,
Yeah.
Riley will stay behind.
And Claudia will stay behind as well, just to double up and back up. Get Chris, you walk in. Right after Zero, you sense a threat from every corner in the room. You have no idea what it is, but there's just something dangerous there. Yeah, if that's one part of it. But we do have like as part of the sort of like walking in, ringing the bell. You know, every time you ring the bell, it literally sounds a bell inside here.
Interesting.
Yeah. So if you want to come in, use the black curtains. We're gonna know about it. And if you try to do a little bit of funny business, he points to the corners. That threat sense happens again.
Interesting. Okay.
I also
well,
have an idea. If I
Ominous.
can gain control of the orb, the void orb, and place it directly center above the teleportation circle, then anyone who goes and teleports there is instantly gone.
what if we teleport there?
Well, I can move it. Well, hopefully.
But what?
Okay. Well, then I guess we have a couple questions. So first question, Chris, what did you need for the orb?
Yeah, what would I need?
Asking me the DM or asking me Theobor?
Yeah, the DM.
You're not sure at this stage in your investigation research. Just you need something to focus or to maintain the connection between you and the orb. There doesn't seem to be any schematics or any inkling what that is for these wizards, the few small handful of wizards that have mastered a sphere of annihilation. They all seem to have different accounts of how it works.
Then perhaps I'll ask Theopor if he knows anything about a sphere of annihilation and containing my will and the connection within an object.
He takes three he takes 3 breaths as he's about to speak and then pauses every single time. And on the 4th one, let's just back this up. You found a sphere of annihilation.
I have, yes.
Interesting.
It does annihilate things.
Exactly what it says on the tin. We love that at the Emporium. Okay, well, first things first, I just have to ask as a businessman, are you selling?
At the moment, not yet, but perhaps, maybe you could borrow it.
I'm not interested in borrowing, I'm interested in buying. let's keep it relatively tame. About, let's call it 30,000 gold. Just, keep that as a floor.
I'll think about it. I'll see if there's any uses I need out of it first.
All right. Well, as far as your questions, containing it. Well, that's not my expertise. Rupar! It takes a minute, but you see a very groggy Rupar walk out of one of the curtains of the back. Just like little PJs, little striped, like white and blue. He's little like sleeping cap and everything too. Just he's always grumpy, but he sort of walks forward. Also bags under his eyes. Sphere annihilation, something about he looks toward you. Containing your will?
Yeah. Connection between the orb and me and my will upon it.
The two brothers sort of look at each other. You see Theodore sort of nods ahead and then looks back towards you. Okay, well, maybe? I mean, we don't have anything like that. We can try, but Sphere of Annihilation is not exactly a common thing to be messing with, so we don't really sell anything for it. Though if we had one, he winks a couple times, we would. We can try. Containing the will seems to be related to, well, maintaining a connection, seemingly. Right? They look at each other. Right.
Yeah.
Well, there's a couple ways to do that. Lichhood, I guess, is one. Lichdom. Lichly. I don't know the term. That seems to be separation of your soul from your body, which I guess the connection is now vacant, or the soul's vacant, or something. The reporter just looks at him again, looks back at you. Right. Well, excising your soul seems to be a pretty good way to do that. The connection sort of filling in the place where it used to be, I guess. How'll that work? Well, I guess magical items can kind of take the place of that. You just need a vacancy. That seems to be the key. Vacant mind, vacant soul. I guess a magical item can replicate that.
So separating the soul from the body?
That's one way, if you're an idiot. Souls aren't really good things to be experimenting with. Historically, it's been a bad source of a lot of atrocities. But yeah, that's one way to do it. Otherwise, a substitute, just any vacancy. A vacancy of mind, soul, just something for the connection to fill in.
Where do you contain the soul or the mind when you have that vacancy?
Well, that just depends on where you want to contain your soul or mind. I know liches, they have he looks at Rupor, they just make eye contact for like 10 seconds. A phylactery. Phylactery. Something that, when they die, the soul kind of gets shunted there. Recycled, I guess. And then there's other spells, like, Magic Jar, that kind of shunts your soul out of your body. But then that shunts everything out of your body, your consciousness, your everything. I don't know if that'll work. Maybe experimenting with it. Again, your Sphere of Annihilations are kind of not well researched on account of dying if you fail to do anything with it. Though if you decide to graciously donate one to one Emporium, maybe we can make some breakthroughs.
Um, I'll do some research first, and then maybe we can talk.
All right, just think about the offer. You look back towards Zero. You were interested in a security system?
Yeah.
All right, well, what kind were you looking for? One that warns or one that vaporizes?
Ooh. Tell me about the one that vaporizes.
Well, that depends on your brand of vaporization. Plus, we need to look at your the dimensions, and everything of what you're dealing with, what you don't want to be vaporized, what the security measures. We need to look at installation costs and that. But tons of ways to do that. Lightning, what fire, what raw magical atomization. I wouldn't recommend putting it in public places.
How much would something like that run us?
It depends on the size, depends on the strength you want. Smaller ends, probably closer to 6,000. Upper ends, 10-ish.
And how long would it take for like installation?
Again, depends on the size, but the smaller ones, probably about a week. The bigger ones, 2 weeks, maybe more if you want. Just an apocalypse level of danger.
So, I mean, do we know the dimensions of the teleportation room? It's pretty standard, right?
It's about the size of the teleportation circle itself. It had to be small to fit on the back of Polaris. It's roughly like a little larger than 10 feet by 10 feet.
Okay, I will deliver that information to Theopor.
Ooh, well, at that size, not going to be very powerful. I mean, it might be good turn against most standard people. Anyone with their salt, right? A little hardier stuff maybe wouldn't get them outright, but would weaken them.
Would it be possible to get a hybrid of the two where there is a defense as well as an alert?
Oh, yeah. Again, that'll increase the cost and the time installation, but yeah, we can do that.
How much?
Well, now you're looking at a floor of probably closer to 8,000. The warning system isn't too bad. Well, it depends on the size you want and how you want it to go. If it's like a pure sound thing, very cheap. You want it to magically implant a message into the back of your brain, a little more expensive. And it gets more expensive if you want the range to be further.
Interesting. What would a further range be for, like, message in our brain?
Further range, probably closer to like a mile.
A mile, okay. So we'd have to be inside the house.
Mile radius. So, if you're parked your house somewhere, I've heard you have a dragon or something. But yeah, if you parked your house somewhere, as long as you're within a decent enough distance, it'll get you. Again, if you want plane of existence level of range, it'll be a lot.
What are we looking at?
Well, probably closer to 15, 20,000.
I'm going to turn to Chris and see what he thinks.
What were the specifications again for the kind of alarm?
It can either be a physical sound that we'll hear while we're in the house, or it can be a magical message in our brain. I think he said the standard one is, what, like a mile, right?
It's on the upper end-ish. But yeah, it's not That's probably the average you want to get.
And then you also have a higher one for just plane of existence. Is that right?
Yeah, roughly 15,000-20,000. That's including with the whole, pew pew you want it.
So if they entered, like, is it through the whole house or just the teleportation circle?
Just the teleportation circle.
So the message, if we get the higher one, we get the message like anywhere.
As long as you're on the same plane of existence as your house, in theory, yeah. And it'll increase the time we'll need to install it, but yeah.
And the intruder gets attacked.
Yeah. By your flavor of destruction.
I like that.
Do we layer all 3? Orb of Annihilation with it? So even if for some reason, yeah, it was a person worth their salt who came on our who showed up on our teleportation circle, and they for some reason, lived, or at least didn't take that much damage from the alarm system, the orb will just take them out.
Rupor sort of looks at Theopor for a bit. Well, your house moves, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. The thing with Spheres of Annihilation seems to be they're fixed to the location or the world, the space of the world. If your house moved, it would sort of just stick in the same spot. It wouldn't move with your house. Unless we had one and we can finagle with it a bit more.
So even if Chris was able to successfully, tether it to some kind of item to control it, it would not travel with us.
It seems that the Spheres of Annihilation seem to only move at a fixed rate, based on the intellect of the actual user. If your dragon house is flying pretty fast, I don't know if it'll keep up. Though tethering it to a specific location, like attached to the dragon, that could be maybe doable. We haven't really tested it. We can try to come up with something, if you're paying. Honestly, teleporting to a sphere of annihilation is a very funny idea. Most people use it for, like digging out huge layers or killing adventurers and ne'er-do-wells. As a home alarm system, home defense system, it's a very interesting use of a incredibly powerful and unknown magical artifact. Like using a deck of many things to play poker,
That sounds like a fun night.
Would I know anything about astral projection and if that would be a kind of vacancy?
Make an Arcana check. Yeah, you know the spell astral projection. You know that the spell shunts your body shunts your soul out of the body. It'll shunt the mind. You can try it. There's a vacancy technically of the body, though you're not sure which part of the sphere that it latches onto, whether it's the soul or the mind, or you just need an empty spot for it to fill. You're not sure. But technically it is a separation of the body, or at least the soul and the mind. A lot of contemplation. So, yeah. I'm assuming the plane-wide alarm systems a need? Yeah? He's doing finger guns. Yeah?
Let me check with the other one, and I'm gonna walk back over to the door and poke my head out the curtains and be like, "Hey Riley, it's like 20K for a security system that'll vaporize people. Do we do it? We only have 16K, but do we do it?"
But like in our community chest.
Yeah.
Oh wow, reviving Gary was a big hit.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Gonna have to find another dragon to kill.
What exactly? I don't know. I think one is enough excitement for me. Although we could use our dragon. Well, what does it entail exactly?
Come here. Wait, I
Claudine,
guess-
hold down the fort.
switch spots with me. I'm not
Okay.
very perceptive, but switch spots with me.
Okay, that works.
Okay, Zero stays behind.
Tag in.
Yeah, with Claudine. As Riley, you walk in. As you walk in, you see Chris there, sort of pondering. You see, Rupor and Nighties and Theopor, sort of lightly dressed, just with a half-open book. He's kind of put a page down on the counter. Well, hi. Lots of visits at 3 o'clock at night.
Yeah, sorry, I tagged in for Zero. What is this security system all about?
From what I know, it's a 10 by 10 room that you need if, I'm assuming, someone walks in or appears there that is not authorized to do so. It sends out a plain-wide mental message. Or you can go cheaper if you want to just audible or a smaller range. Also, if you wanted an actual security system, the one that will hurt if they aren't authorized, that's also another cost. And the details of which have yet to be discussed. Could be an explosion, could be a couple of guards that just beat the crap out of anyone that appears there.
Explosion, probably not great. That might destroy the room.
Now we can keep it localized.
How localized?
I like the explosion.
A 10 by 10
You
feet.
would. But that would destroy the room.
Oh, if it's the exact same size of the room.
I was never book smart. I'm money smart.
If the room is
Makes
10
me more
by
intelligent.
if the interior is 10 by 10 feet, we'll make it 9 by 9 feet. Just shy of the walls or floor.
See, that instills much more confidence in me.
Or you can just have guards magically summoned that, mug the next person that they see.
Let's start with the plain wide alarm.
Okay. Well, that by itself, just, I'm kind of packaging the price I gave was kind of a package deal. Just a plain white alarm probably be closer to 10,000. It's a big
Zero
alarm.
spitballing 20k, so
Yeah, but that's including the other systems and such. 15 to 20k if you want both.
What if we integrate one of my spells into the room?
Well, at that point, you don't need our services.
Like, I have my chaotic containment.
You know, I
Oh.
haven't actually seen your containment contain anything. It's more like the opposite. It's more like rapid expansion.
Well, if it's rapidly expanding and someone's in the center of it, it's going to be harder to escape now, isn't it?
True, but then it could explode our room, and we're trying to avoid that.
Well, if he's working with us, we'll temper it. We're professionals.
Wait, so you can infuse his spell into things?
If need be, yeah. I don't think it's going to make it cheaper, but if that's the defense system you want. The standard is
just
kind of
want
an explosion. and
Defense
guards.
system that doesn't, destroy the room. Because what's the point in having the room if it's destroyed, right? Just get rid of it.
I don't think it will destroy it.
poke my head out the curtain. Zero, what do you think about Explodey Room?
Would that not destroy the teleportation circle?
That's my thought exactly. Okay, so we're not doing Explodey Room. What other defense systems are there?
Oh, we have guards. We have things that shoot. And
I
again,
like shoot.
yeah, you got shoot. Yeah, we have like little gouts of fire, lightning. You can fill a room with poison if you're concerned about structural damage.
One second. Hey, Polaris. If there were like fire, would that melt the ice in here?
No, the ice created from the magic of the original head in a house should be magically infused at the very least. It is not standard ice. After all, it still keeps its shape and temperature intact, even amid the arid heat of Sant.
This is true.
Think of
back
it
into
as stone.
shop. Oh, okay. Stone. Yeah, fire sounds good. Can fire destroy a teleportation circle?
I mean, we can make sure it doesn't. I mean, a teleportation circle looks to Rupor like the expert whispering the actual answers to his advice, or into his ear. Yeah, teleportation circle seems to mostly just be about the shape, you know? Like, it can be destroyed, just if you just mark it out and just kind of break the lines of the arcane.
Yeah, can fire do that?
It had to be pretty hot fire. It had to melt and actually deform the floor.
Ooh,
I
and
think
considering
this-
the floor is stone. That might work.
I think this teleportation circle is kind of unique in a way that it's kind of, magically created.
All right, let's get an idea of who our intruder is, if possible. Do you know about any sort of magic that would make somebody appear as like a grey blob?
I mean, that kind of sounds like a lot of illusion magic. I mean, like blur, there's a mirror image, maybe. There's also like magical items that can do that. Or something similar.
I'm gonna poke my head through the curtains and yell at Riley to ask him if he has if the T can make the trap disable magic, or if he can make it paralyze people or freeze something.
He sort of
Did you
points
hear
towards
that?
you, Zero. Yes, we can do that too.
Which?
All. It's very...
I like the idea of paralyzing somebody. We can interrogate them.
When we're really devious, we can sort of double up on the security measure. It'll be more expensive, of course, but paralyzed and poison gas, they kind of just have to sit in there and waft it in.
Yeah, but if we add poison gas, that might sift into the rest of the house.
Oh, we make sure it doesn't do that.
Could we do like something that disables the magic without actually like it won't dispel the magic from like the teleportation circle itself, like nothing to alter the room permanently?
Harder to do if there's already magic inside. If it's a completely empty room, yeah, totally easy, but it's harder to localize the effect to a single target in a room filled with magic. It's technically possible, though it is require a little fine-tuning, which, again, he sort of rubs his hand like a little fly. Money!
How much?
Well, if you want to... okay, so... Plain white alarm system, must, I'm assuming. That's 10k floor. If you want... Do you want paralyzation and dispelling and lasers and such?
Let's just say just one of them.
One of them.
Can I include one of my containment options?
That'll be part of the security thing. It won't reduce the price. It'll just sort of change how the nature of the defense works.
Yeah.
Well, just...
Yeah, I'll include that in there.
Okay, so that'll be two somewhat.
What does your thing do, Chris?
Let me see which one would be less damaging in that sort of room.
I think chaotic containment doesn't really actually affect the structure very much. It just affects creatures inside of it, which would slowly fill up the room. Yeah, very funny.
What does it do?
Oh, a number of things.
No.
How about number 2,
Number 2. Let me
which
look.
is ice cubes.
Oh. Love that artist. Well, it'll just be part of the standard fare of just any of the systems, honestly. It'll just be 10,000 for the floor, and then if you want a well, let's say because I like you guys, per actual defensive measure, let's call it 6,000 as a friend's discount. So it'd be 16,000 for one of the defenses, plus the system plane-wide alarm, and then if you want more, call it extra 6,000 on top of that.
Can my defense be 3,000? Since I'm
Make a persuasion.
contributing.
Make a persuasion check. Roll high.
Watch this be the one he doesn't.
Are
Oh
you
my god!
shitting me?
Never punished Brandon, I'm just saying. He's rolled so many natural 20s just today. Like, so many. He sort of looks at you and just sees, like, not the desperation, but, like, the absolute need for the security system. And you see something in his eyes that are just lax. 3,000 for his, so 13,000 if you want just his spell and the plane-wide alarm. And if you want another of our likely more reliable defenses, extra 6,000, so 19,000 if you want the 2. Or 3. Plane-wide alarm, 2 defenses, one of them is his spell.
Chris, you have to tell me, what does yours do?
Hold on.
I don't like.
Do you want me to read it? Because I have it in front of me.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. Ice cubes. Cold ice cubes are to freeze together. The area is considered a solid obstacle blocking movement and vision. Long story short, if they fail the saving throw while they're inside this ever-growing block of ice cubes, they're encased in ice, becoming blinded and restrained.
Yeah,
Also,
okay.
Yeah, also the entire room begins to slowly fill up with ice cubes.
But when does it stop filling up?
Once it reaches 30 feet in one dimension.
What happens if they
Okay,
succeed?
so because it's 10 feet, that's not good. It's gonna break the room.
It'll fill up the same volume as the room, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, we can adjust it.
yeah, it fills all available volume. Yeah, if the replication is completely blocked from reaching 30 feet in one dimension, it fills all available volume instead, unless there's an opening which it can grow out of. So,
Okay.
Yeah, so like whatever the dimensions of the room are, it'll fill up until it completely fills the room, and then just stop there until another opening's made.
Okay. Never mind. All good.
Yeah.
And what happens?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, it was turn the entire thing into one block of ice, pretty much.
What happens if they succeed?
Then they can move through the ice for a turn, which is also difficult terrain, and then at the start of the turn, I believe, they have to make it the saving throw again, pretty much. But it starts at a 5-foot cube, and every round it grows from there. So they better escape
So every
quick.
6 seconds.
And considering at the same time a plane-wide alarm goes off.
Yeah, it'll certainly delay them, because there's a lot of effects that spell can do. It's just whatever object is replicated over and over again. It's always considered difficult terrain, though. It just continues to grow every turn.
$13K for that? I mean, that's pretty good.
It's a friend's discount.
0, I think we should take it.
Okay.
You want another security measure on top of that? Maybe like, dispel or paralyzation or pew pew?
I think we're good with what we have. It's a significant upgrade than, not having anything to begin with.
Yeah. Well, if the teleportation's really you're worried about, the first line of defense is not giving anyone the ruins.
We didn't.
Keep the ruins hidden.
It's inside of a dragon house.
Then I applaud your intruder.
So do we. 13K security system in response to this.
Would
Kind
it
of a necessity.
Earlier, I asked one of the things it could do could be something along the lines of like dispelling magic, right? And you said that was something you could potentially do.
Yeah. If you want
How would-
another...
How would that work in tandem with it being on a teleportation circle as well as Chris's magical response also happening?
We'll just have to... Normally, the easier response is... Hey, excuse me, still eating dinner. The easiest solution, if assuming you didn't have any of that, is just to flood the room with anti-magic stuff. Just dispel all of it. That's the easier, cheaper route, but localizing the effect, that's a little harder. So it's less targeting the entire room, more targeting whatever creatures that you don't want in there. Specifically targeting that. Which is harder to do. But we can do it. It'll cost you, on top of that. So we can avoid affecting Mr. Chris's spell, and avoid affecting the alarm, and avoid affecting the teleportation circle by just simply focusing on the one target.
I kind of like the thought of that because I think whatever got in with magic, or at least they got out with magic. And so I'm just scared that we'll never catch this person if they keep getting out of our trap with magic.
Yeah, and if they have no magic, the only choice is to jump out the window.
Yeah, or into the house where, we'll still find them.
Speaking of, I should probably make sure everything's okay in there. Riley will leave.
Yeah, you leave. Claudine sort of just still kind of perusing around the room to make sure you didn't miss anything, and she's sort of just running the fingers along the wall, make sure nothing's left, no tripwires or anything. Still seems fine outside.
Yeah, I mean, once you get to identify magic in, it's kind of,
Identify magic, not identify tripwire or anything else.
fair enough.
How much would it be to combine all of that? So the plain white alarm system, Chris's ice thing, and then also the anti-magic.
Well, is it
Localized anti-magic, targeted anti-magic.
Is it anti-magic or dispel magic? Because those are very different things.
Whichever can help prevent somebody from just teleporting off the fucking circle.
If you want to if you just prevent teleportation, I suppose we just turn off the teleportation circle temporarily.
No, I mean like prevent them from being able to get out of that room with magic means.
Oh.
Like something to trap them there by removing whatever magic it is they're using.
Oh, well, harder then. Harder than what I even thought. To prevent just any spellcasting magic stuff, that would be more or less a area thing, which would prevent the use of teleportation circle and would likely stop the spell from happening to begin with, including Mr. Chris's ice thing. But it would stop spell magic in there.
And what would the anti-magic do?
No, that would be the anti-magic.
That is okay.
Yeah. I was under the assumption you wanted
You made
to
it seem like
dispel.
that was a different option.
It is. Anti-magic would just be the area thing and stops all magic from existing within it. Targeted dispelling magic, that would be whatever magical items or effects they have on just get poofed, and then that's it. It wouldn't really stop spells, not afterwards at least. Anti-magic is just an area where magic can't exist. A little harder to do. A lot harder to do, actually.
Well, the dispel magic would actually be beneficial, I think, in case they have any magical items on themselves that may be of use in terms of spying on us, I guess.
Yep, which it would kind of remove these effects for a bit. Not permanently if they can cast it again, but for now.
Okay, then run it back. It would be 19,000, right, to do the base level, planar, alarm, Chris's magic plus the dispel magic.
Correct. Friends discount.
We have 19 platinum. How much is 1 platinum?
10 gold. 19 would be 100. 190.
Trying to see if I have money, secret money somewhere in my inventory.
You search the couch cushions.
Oh. We did find 150 platinum at some point, right? Oh, wait.
Did you?
I think I did. I have it here in my treasure thing. Because this was after we killed the Grand Arbiter and we went through his room. The ruins of what was left of his room. And I think I rolled really high on investigation. I found the ledger that had the letter K with the word barrels on it. And I found 150 platinum. And yeah, that's the stuff I found.
Yeah, so 150 platinum would be 1,500 gold.
Okay, so right
What
now.
if we gave them a barrel of arcanium?
Oh. Yeah, that's something. How much is a barrel of arcanium to you guys?
I mean, we kind of have our own source. I mean, I guess it would cut down on costs. How big's the barrel? Like a barrel? Like a good-sized barrel, or is it like a tiny keg?
Like a barrel.
Oh, like a barrel. Okay. How much you got on you? How much you're willing to pay?
A lot.
Like a number?
What, like in barrels?
No, like what? Like how much are you capable of paying in gold?
That's math. Hold on. Because right now we have 16,393.
So 16,000-ish, right?
Hold on. We have 17,893.
Okay. Oh, so you're pretty much already there. All right. 2 barrels, and we'll call it a deal, with including the 17,000.
I'm going to turn to Chris and or Riley. I'll pop my head out at Riley. Because I know we have the Arcanium, but where do we get the barrels of it from? Like, not the quantity, but like a literal barrel to carry it in.
Gold nut.
Yeah, everybody just buy it.
Okay. Then, yeah, it's a deal. 17K, and then you said 2 barrels?
2 barrels.
Deal.
All right. Yeah. He sticks out a hand to shake one of yours. Whoever would like to take his hand.
I will.
Yeah, as you shake his hand, firm handshake, sort of holds out another hand towards you, Zero. All right, 17,000, and whenever you can get those barrels in, that'll be lovely. We'll get started, the morning. Let's call it that.
Okay. I'm gonna again turn to Riley or Chris. How and where do we get the barrels from? Again, I know we have it, but when do we want to do that?
We got downtime while we're waiting for Claudine.
That's true. Okay. Okay, then I'll give him the 17,000 now, and I'll come back with the barrels.
Okay. All right. Okay, so if there's still a couple of hours they get to light by, you're waiting until then?
To go do the barrels?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it's like 3 in the morning. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. As you shake the hands, hand the money, as the Rupert begins sort of like almost pretending to write up schematics while Rupert's actually writing up schematics.
He's helping.
They have very set rules in how they run the store. Yeah, you exit as you look back at the somewhat defiled teleportation room now that you know someone's gone through it. Who knows how long they've been here? Little gray blob. As the sort of gem dust sort of litters the teleportation circle. Do y'all just head back to sleep?
Yeah, Riley's gonna camp out in the teleportation room and do his meditation there.
Okay.
I'll also do that.
Yeah. The twin elves keeping a watchful eye. Yeah, as you finish up your meditations, no other people come through, no other signs of intruders. And you're listening to, with your past perception, Riley, as you're starting meditating, try to listen for any footsteps, any sign that there's someone else in the building, and you can't pick up nothing. So there's always this nagging feeling that what else have they hidden, maybe? Zero, you go back to your room.
Where's Claudine?
Claudine, by the time you all get out, she just finished up her inspection. It determines there's nothing else to find other than what you've already found. She would make eye contact with you and just sort of walks up to you. So now what? Is this just like I stay up? Or
I think the boys are gonna keep an eye on it for tonight, and then tomorrow the Annies are gonna come in and start setting up shop to put in a system that will alert us if anything shows up, and it'll also potentially freeze them in place.
Oh, that's okay. Wow. That's pretty intense. I guess, given the situation, maybe a bit called for.
Yeah, I think so. With you know, somebody having had gotten into our house, that's kind of a huge security breach, and you know, I don't know how safe I feel here sleeping, especially considered I'm not really that perceptive. Even though, yeah, there's more than one bedroom. Do you want? Can I stay in your room tonight? I'm asking it just like that, awkwardly and weird.
Sure. He sort of squints an eye at you. Or just chuckles a bit, shrugs. Well, you let me stay in your room, so sure. I guess it's not technically my room. Sure.
Cool.
Yeah, as the two of you descend into, I believe you'd be sleeping in Janet's room. Same furniture, just different orientation. What are you doing in there? Are you just sleeping?
Yeah, I need my rest. I'm also gonna, can I leave Azig posted in front of the door, just kind of watching?
Yeah, easy enough. Hellhound. Big flaming dog outside. Keeping a watchful eye, especially given the gravity of today's realization. Yeah, as you get some rest, Claudine sort of sitting there, meditating. The last thing you see before you doze off is just Claudine keeping an eye on the room, on the windows, on you. Yeah, at the elves, at some point during your meditation, early on, you hear metallic footsteps walking up toward the teleportation room and opening the door. Or peeks a robotic head in. Hi.
Hey Jane, what's up?
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt your rest. I just wanted to apologize.
For what?
It seems From what I've gathered and overheard, there was an intruder.
There was.
I was here the whole time and I've never noticed.
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
No, I mean, my model is literally called Watcher. I'm supposed to be able to keep an eye on these things.
I
Yet
think
it
you were
escaped
in
me.
sleep mode at the time.
Even in what could be qualified as rest for my people, we still have some awareness of our surroundings. It's not really sleep, more just letting non-vital components rest.
I guess it's kind of like us.
Pretty much.
Hence why I should have been able to notice it. So, I just would like to apologize. I'll do better, now that I know this is a possibility. Perhaps I should stay up here.
I mean, we just spent 17,000 gold on a magical installation for a security system, but if you want to, that's still fine.
Yes, I think I will.
Okay.
Good night.
Good night.
Closes the door as you see the blue light sort of dip out the view of the window and just a slow blue thrum from that side of the room. Night passes. No other intruders, no other events for the night. The elves are probably awake before, well, Zero, I guess. But Zero, you get full rest, but you are awoken by Polaris, a big booming voice. I believe we have arrived at our destination. As those of you
Rise
are
and
awake,
grind.
yeah, you look out and it's a mountain range, one you haven't seen in a while, but it's tall. It divides the country in half, I suppose. But you know, at the bottom of the mountain range and a long trail below it is just a series of dead bodies and thieves' camp pointing towards a single direction. The base of which is a tiny little opening in the mountain that leads to an entire den of ill-gotten goods and ill-gotten people. Shall I land further away? Or does Miss Claudine wish to dive out of the window?
We're not doing that.
I was under the assumption that Claudine could fly. My apologies.
No, sorry, that was my magic.
Oh. You are very talented, Master.
Thank you. He is just not gonna bring attention to the fact that Featherfall is literally a first level spell.
I'm gonna like lightly elbow Claudine and just be like, wow, you can't fly? What a fucking loser.
Can you?
Let's
Yeah.
Make a deception check.
Let's have a competition.
It's a deception check.
Yeah. She
don't
looks
know me.
she looks and shrugs and just goes, "Yeah, honestly, that doesn't surprise me now. You know I can't fly, okay? I'm sorry I'm the odd one out here. I can stick to walls. That's kind of like flying.
It's not the same.
Is walking on water like flying? Because I can do that.
No, that's like swimming without the work.
Ah, fair enough.
Swimming with less steps.
Yeah.
I think it would be with more steps because you don't step in the water.
But
Klein looks at you, Zero. Get me off this thing.
okay, can we did? Just give you a nice shove.
Please. Make it quick, painless. I'll land on my neck.
You got it.
Yeah, I guess just park me outside of you, behind the mound. Or points towards the just like a kind of like almost snowbank that's built up over time. As one of you like to intervene, Polaris begins to dive slowly towards that area. It's a good couple 100 feet away, but given Polaris's white on white action, probably hadn't seen. As Polaris lands as softly as he can, the wind is picked up this day. So as a snow, but Claudine begins to just put on some more furs and warmer clothing, thicker jackets, and begins to just look at you all. So, well, I guess up to you whether you want to fly back up or not, but I'll be back in probably an hour.
Okay.
Great, then we'll send a message in an hour.
I'll send a message sooner.
Okay. Well, wish me luck. And she looks generally more nervous now that she's actually doing it, but yeah, as she begins to walk out. Routine, just quest assignment, job, yeah. Begins to walk towards the entrance to Lightbat.
Can I, as she's like leaving, because I'm assuming Chris and Riley are staying in the dragon, right?
Is there a river nearby?
You can find one.
I just mean like during her exit. I guess, yeah, I'll follow her like kind of like a bit behind as she goes out there, and I'll just kind of like jog behind her, just catch up to her really quick, and then I want to give her a big hug.
Yeah, as you jog behind her, she sort of turns around just in time for you to give her a big hug. She looks surprised at first. She sort of gets caught off guard, takes a few steps back before catching herself. And after a few seconds, she sort of just, pats you on the back again. I'm not dying, probably.
If you die, I want you to know right now that we're going in there guns blazing.
You know what? I was going to say don't do that, but I think I'd be too dead to care, so.
Demons blazing.
Too dead to stop us. So.
If you do, and I'm being serious about this, if for some reason you do have to come in guns blazing, try to keep it localized on the Rexons. The other people there aren't like most of the people there. Some of the people there aren't like the ones in Teague. Teague is the worst of the worst, and yeah, some of the people in my path come from Teague, and they're also not great, but some of them are just like me. Just born there, no choice. Some of them didn't have a choice to begin with. So, if anything happens, mention Manor only. Anyone who you think supports the Rexons. So looks around, I hope they're not listening right now.
Well, if they are listening, they know that we've been very cooperative. Well, perhaps not as cooperative as they would have liked, but the mission is accomplished. And we're here for one thing only, and that's not to interfere with whatever it is they're doing in Lightbat.
I'm just gonna put my hands on her shoulders and just give her like I don't know, just a little shrug and just be like, just don't die. Just don't die. That's it. And then I'll give her a little kiss on the cheek. And I'll let her go.
Yeah, you give her a kiss on the cheek. A bit wide-eyed. You sort of just look like staring off at the distance. Kind of just stammers a bit, looks around awkwardly. Okay, I have to go. I need to go. And just begins to sort of march at increased pace.
Can I insight check that?
Make an insight check. Hard to tell. You seemed flustered. You're not sure in a good or bad way.
Damn it. My breath probably smelled.
Morning breath. Even bumps your teeth first.
Shut up.
Yeah, but eventually she disappears behind the snowbank. and assumedly gets your way to Lipat. You have an estimated hour to kill if you're not going in with her. What's it to do?
Well, someone has to stay on this dragon.
Do you want to take him for a little fish, and me and Chris can go grab the barrels?
Oh, that's a great idea.
We've been doing a lot of splitting up lately. We're kind of getting lucky no one's taken us out yet.
Well, the only time they've caught us off guard is when we're all in the same place. Weird that.
Yeah. Alright, well, I guess we can go get some, and we'll bring it back to the Andes.
Sounds great to me.
Okay, so Chris and Zero getting the cranium for the Atnes, and Riley, you're just taking players to go fishing?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Let Riley have a Riley day.
Yeah.
Out in the cold, harsh environment, but you know what? The fish here are super fresh.
Maybe you'll catch the scrimp this time.
I don't think the scrimp will be in the river, but maybe.
What if they're zombie fish?
We already fought a zombie fish.
We did! That was a close fucking fight.
I got a little close. Fucking. Yeah. Between the teleporting elf and tiefling with magic items up the wazoo, it's not an issue with getting the barrels. If you're getting from Golmud, they know you're there. You can pretty much get it for free. Like even if you couldn't, it costs not much for barrels. Like 8 gold, 2 gold, a couple gold. So that's like a negligible cost. It mostly just takes your slots or whatever like uses you have. So you'll need, at least 2, if I remember correctly. You'll need to go get barrels from Golmud and then go to the actual place, fill them up, and then come back.
I mean, from the place, we can just go directly to the Atnes, right?
Yeah, but you're going to have to come back at some point, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so just 2 uses. Whoever wants to use them can. You can split them between you, or, you know.
Well, they can also just cast teleportation circles since Chris is there.
Yeah, but teleportation curls will cost gem dust.
Oh.
That's the sprinkly dew the guy did.
Oh, that's what that was. Okay.
Yeah, there's the component use.
We could steal gems. Where do we get gems from?
Abethus. Stealing gems is one thing. Powderizing them is a lot harder to do than you think.
Whatever. Chris, how many uses do you have? Like,
I can technically do 4.
okay, I can do 3. We needed 3 between us?
2. 1 to get the barrels, 1 to get the place. Yeah, 3. 1 to come back. Right, I can't do math.
Okay.
With DM, I can't do math.
Let's roll a d20, and the person with the lower roll has to use their teleportation twice. Damn it.
There you go.
At least it saves him some spell slots. It's
Yeah,
fine.
probably better this way. Chris has just been winning the entire day.
Okay, then first teleportation is me. We go to Golmud. We get the barrels. And Chris can take the second one, and I'll get the third one.
Okay. Yeah, it takes minutes. Most of the time is all he just spent filling barrels. Like, probably let's call it half an hour to do that. Like, total. Mostly just the barrel stuff. 2 barrels. Yeah, dipping it... Given how many barrels you've actually given Wizardcalli at this point, the level has decreased. There's still a good amount, but not entirely infinite. It's functionally infinite for your purposes, but if this keeps up, it might drain. But for now, you got plenty. Yeah, so dipping it down is one thing, getting it back up is another. But you do manage to find a way, however you do that. Pulley systems. Either way, you do manage to get 2 fresh barrels, roll them to the Atnes. as they begin to get at the schematics and agree to build your defense system with the plane-wide plane-wide message, the ice cube machine, and the dispel magic. The single target, just one and done poof of any magical effect they might have on them. Okay, but in that half hour, you do return back to Polaris. No issue. Riley, make a survival check.
At advantage because I have a dragon.
Nope.
What? Okay. Survival. 21.
That's stupid. Why do you roll bad?
Me,
Yeah,
it's me.
yeah,
I'm the one
Misty.
rolling bad.
Yeah, but you're rolling bad on like stuff where I can't just be like, no. God damn you. Yeah, it's less a river you find. It's more like a fairly large, it's like a lake. That like, it looks like it's kind of the source of a river. Not quite high up in the mountains, but it is on an elevated location. Frozen over. And there is a river connected to it. The entire part of upper crust of it is frozen over. You surmise that lake is probably a pretty decent fishing spot if you can break through it.
Easy enough.
Yeah. It was harder to spot from... Well, it's harder to spot just generally just because it blends in with the rest of the environment. White?
Right.
Like, oh, that's a slightly different shade of white. There's some gleam on it. But you do manage to find it. You land Polaris there.
Sure.
As you land Polaris, you try to step as carefully as you can. Probably off to the side where there actually is rock. You're not sure how thick this ice is.
About to go stomping and find out.
Yeah, stomping around. It's decently thick. It's enough to hold your weight pretty comfortably. If Polaris stepped on it, it probably wouldn't be great. But if you jumped on it a couple of times, stabbed it, you can probably break a decently sized hole to it.
Yeah, I'll just make sure. I'll just do it myself.
Yeah, using Tempest Retort, a magical rapier you can thrust in repeatedly. And kind of like, yeah, ice fishing, you make like a triangle, just stabbing into, to make a functional hole in the ice. And the ice itself was decently thick. It was like probably about a foot, 2 feet. In thickness.
Sword doesn't like vibrate at all.
Make a religion check.
There we go.
As you're sort of punching in the ice, you don't feel a vibration in the sword as you punch in the ice, and then you sort of push the ice in and underneath the ice so it's not floating in the hole and just out of the way. You throw the rod in, just the standard Arcanite rod you have now.
Yep.
Yep, throw the rod in. And you're just fishing. You get a couple bites. Make a fishing check.
Sure.
Yeah, sometimes we make a whole fishing mechanic, like minigame, and then you're not even playing Riley by then. Too late. Yeah, and you get a good amount of fish. Like, they are sizable, like, big, thick fish that can survive these Arctic temperatures.
Freshwater.
Yeah, freshwater. They're great fish, too, because they seem to be pretty sluggish. They need to conserve as much energy as they can. Thick-skinned, fatty, perfect fish. And as you're about going in for your, like, a third or fourth cast, Tempest Retort is vibrating.
I'm gonna BRB real quick.
Okay.
Alright. Huh? What could possibly be going on down there? Hey, Polaris, I'm gonna take a dip. I'm gonna be really cold, so if I don't come out after a while, come get me, please.
Understood. I'll come in 1 minute. I've
1 minute?
decided that myself.
There you go. First step. Riley will, he won't remove any of his clothes because it's fucking cold. He'll just go in.
Okay. You know what? In my travel rules that I've spent like a long ass time that I sent you, I have rules for hypothermia now.
I have a way to get around hypothermia.
Sure, just make a Constitution saving throw.
This is gonna be really cold.
Yeah, it's fucking gonna be. Oh shit. You bear through it. With clothes and all, like you can breathe underwater, you can swim very good. The clothes, how thick it is and how absorbent it is, and when it's like wet. The outer portion is like mostly hydrophobic. You are soaked to the bone. It goes through all of that. As you dive in, the lake is pretty deep. You don't see the bottom because it gets way dark immediately because of the ice blocking most of the light. As you sort of jump in, make a perception check.
Sure thing.
Damn. You see a lot of the fish that you're catching, like they're big, sizable fish. And you see a lot of them down here. You could swim up and touch them if you wanted to. Like these are easy pickings. You also see this kind of large, icy crustacean down at the bottom of the lake. You sort of swim a little bit closer, and just on the edge of the 60-foot dark vision you have, hard to make out color at this distance, especially with dark vision, but it looks like it's covered, absolutely head to toe covered in ice. Yeah, about the size of a horse or so. And it seems to be just feeding on one of these fish it seems to have caught, or maybe it was dead already and just scavenging. Now that you can see it closely, you can see that it doesn't really have a shell. It just has ice plates, multiple legs, all of them covered also in ice. And it also has these two club-like appendages, like frozen balls of ice, just at the end of each appendage. It's just sort of picking away at this dead fish on the lake floor, pretty much.
There you are. What are you doing all the way up here?
No response. It is a shrimp.
I'm just gonna read its mind real quick.
Okay. I think Detect Thoughts has an intelligence minimum, right? You know what it is?
I do not. Let me check.
Not that perception.
If it has
roll.
intelligence of 3 or lower, the creature is unaffected or doesn't speak any language.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't speak any language, so that might just auto fail then.
Yeah. You detect thoughts, and you detect that while it does have thoughts, it is too primitive for you to understand them.
Okay.
It is almost purely instinct. Like, there's no greater mind at play here. It is functionally just a big, oversized shrimp.
All right, Shrimp, time for you to get in me sword. I am going to coat Tempest Retort with lightning,
Okay.
and I'm going to fucking hit it.
All right. Make an attack roll.
Return to
Wait, where is
ship.
my Tempest Retort? Right here. Does a 19 hit?
Let me check, actually. It does have an AC. God, my computer's fucking awful right now. 19 just hits.
Yeah. So that's, I guess don't count the crit. That's 12?
12 damage, yeah.
8 piercing, 4 lightning.
Yeah, as you rush up to it. Yeah. Like, fast as it can react, you rush up and thrust forward. No resistance whatsoever with Tempest Retort underwater. You stab right between its armor plating, and it's less you found the weak spot, more like you hit the shell, and the shell is so hard it glanced into a weak spot. You managed to pierce it pretty good. You can see as it's bleeding, it's almost kind of like a blue-greenish blood. Like, there's no red in it at all. Almost clear. It's a little weird, but it is a shrimp.
I imagine the sword is like big time vibrating.
Yeah, the moment it pierced in, it was basically just like like a vacuum cleaner that like sucked up something it wasn't supposed to be, and it just like great.
Well, assuming we're running under initiative rules, I can get an extra attack because of lightning color yen.
Sure,
That definitely hits.
that definitely hits.
That's another 13.
Okay. Before we're gonna react again, you pull out almost way faster than you should be able to. Like your arm gets covered in lightning, pulls out and strikes again. Yeah, taking pretty decent damage. Yeah, as you're sort of sitting there trying to stab it, it now turns attention towards you, and it's a looming shrimp. It's horse-sized shrimp. It is the, other than Undorna, the giant undead whale, this is probably the second biggest thing the second biggest piece of airlock you've seen. Those are pretty good weird fish. This is a horse-sized shrimp. What's your AC?
My AC is, I think it's 17. Let me check.
Okay.
17.
Okay, all miss.
Nice.
The club-like appendages try to hit you, and as it does, you, with your speed, dip out of the way immediately as the other legs it has, all covered in ice, tries to attack you, grab you. You're too fast. You're covered in lightning as you just zip out of the way every single time.
Too fast.
Too fast.
Yeah. Can't fucking touch this. I am curious. If I were to cast Control Water and try and crush it, I wonder if that would work.
Maybe.
Let's see. Part Water, Redirect Flow. Could I redirect flow in a sphere?
I'll allow it.
Yeah?
Sure.
Alright, I'm gonna cast Control Water around it in a sphere and try and crush it.
Okay, I'll allow it. Cool. I'll say that's a Constitution saving throw. Which I think is decent at. Oh, well, it should be decent at. But 11, I'm assuming that's not going to save on your spell save.
No.
Okay. Say roll 40-10 for me.
Sure. D10 for 19.
Okay. Not looking great. As you try to use the pressure of the water, crush it in a sphere, condensing all of this water into a single point, the legs sort of bend. Some of them break off entirely, as you see the shell of the shrimp just curl up into a tiny ball, and you see the ice begin to crack and splinter. The outer shell is not compromised.
That's all I'm gonna do for this initiative turn, because I can't. Alright, it can hit me now.
Okay.
Do your worst. Crit me.
No crits, unfortunately. You don't have any immunity to cold damage, right?
No.
Okay. So, first the club and claw. You get hit by 3 attacks. 22, 23, 18. That's the attack
all
rolls. So 13 bludgeoning for the first one, for the club and claws, as it finally rushes up to you and just batters you across the face.
Alright.
This is the first shrimp that's attacking, the first shrimp that's fighting back against you. The legs do 8 piercing, 8 cold for the first one.
13 plus 16.
Yep, and then the second leg attack does 15 piercing and 11 cold.
Plus 26. Alright.
It rolled pretty good on those ones. That's its turn.
And then I will just go for the double Tempest Retort again.
Okay.
First, well, that hits.
Yep.
That's 19 again.
Okay. Yep.
And...
Okay. Man, you guys are rolling
Let's see what we
good.
got. 12 and
No.
9 is 21.
Okay. Describe your finishing blow.
Yeah. The lightning is just gonna crackle, and it's gonna like expand outwards like it would in like Breath of the Wild, because we're in water right now.
Okay.
And then it's going to collapse into the sword again. Riley will thrust it in, and it'll like start exploding, and then it will collapse in and become part of the sword.
Okay. Almost like this lightning net, it expands out. as it does, almost envelops this shrimp as it begins to collapse back into a single point, bringing in the shrimp itself, collapsing the rest of its shell, the rest of its form, and eventually as it gets drawn deeper and deeper into the narwhal tusk of Tempest Retort, turns into just almost pure essence and gets absorbed directly into your sword, the vibration stopping. Having now collected another piece of airlock. Like the other pieces, the name comes to you. Rhyme Breaker.
Ooh.
Where Lightning Caller Yan was associated with lightning, Rhyme Breaker is associated with the cold.
Do my HP real quick. There we go. So there's no token to do everything manually. Alrighty. I am ready to know what this does.
Yep, I put it into your Tempest Retorts already.
Excellent.
Tempest Retort.
I should also get a count for how many fish I nabbed.
1, 2, 3, 4. 4.
4? Alright.
And 5, actually, with including the goldfish. Or the silver, one of those two.
Oh, no. I meant like on this fishing trip.
Oh, yeah. Given that fishing roll, pretty fucking good. Pretty good. Let's say 40.
Oh, shit.
These are big fucking fish. Each fish you caught, and you caught a lot of them, would probably could feed like a family for like a good.
Okay, so it's not technically 40 fish, but it's basically.
It's enough. Yeah, it's enough fillet for 40, basically equal 40 fish.
Okay, yeah, that's solid enough. All right, let's see what I got. Cloud Coating, Cloud Jumper, Undorna, Lightning Color, and there's Rhyme Breaker. While Tempest Retort is coated in frost, you gain the following benefits. Your weapon attacks using Tempest Retort gain the Siege property, dealing double damage to structures and objects. Holy shit! Creatures that are frozen by expending Cloud Coating also gain vulnerability to bludgeoning, fire, and thunder damage. Oh, the creature was resistant to these damage types. They're no longer resisted while they're restrained. Immunity still applies as normal. And I gain a +2 AC and resistance to cold. Let's go!
Yeah, I can add the AC bonus after your character sheet, so you just click it and you get a bonus.
That's specifically when using the coating, yeah?
Ice coating, yeah.
Yeah.
Now you get bonus stuff for both forms.
All good. Perfect. I'll swim up as fast as I can and make sure that Polaris doesn't have to dive in.
Yep. And he looks like he was just gearing up to. Hasn't honestly been that long, but like, you know, you're like at the 54-second mark, and he's like in cat pounce mode as you reach your head up. He's like, oh, hello.
Hi, I'm back.
It was good for you to surface as soon as you did. I do not know how waterproof the house is, especially if one of the honored masters did not close their windows.
Oh, that's a good point. Hadn't thought about that at all. Well, it's a good thing my I really managed to do that in under a minute, huh? Well, new record.
You are in possession of great power.
You noticed?
I knew this from the beginning. I know you
Fair
are
enough.
strong enough to fell an ancient white dragon.
Well, I'm not strong enough to do that, but we as a unit are. I did just fell an ancient white shrimp, though. Kingfisher, back at it.
A deservedly apt title. Congratulations.
Thank you again, Polaris. The Kingfisher must retire now before he freezes to death.
Make another Constitution saving throw.
You're
good. You're fine.
Holy shit! Dude, this is the high roller session. We're so fucked next time. Holy shit.
Next combat's
all
gonna be
the luck.
Ones and twos.
I'm scared.
Yeah. It's just like, you get out of the water, it fucking sucks out here. But you managed to make it Polaris with no issue. You stick a dead tree in the hole to make sure no one falls in it. I really watched multiple ice fishing videos, so I know the etiquette. I don't know why, but I do.
I don't know if Riley would know to do that though. Maybe he would. Maybe he's researched like, oh man, if I ever find myself in the winter, I want to do some ice fishing.
Yeah. Even if you didn't cover it, like mark the hole where like it is, like who the fuck's gonna be out here? Even then, even then, it's gonna freeze in like a couple of hours anyway. So maybe don't mark it, but either way. Yeah, but you make it back to Polaris. Take a warm fucking shower if you'd like. But
Sure. Leave my clothes out to dry.
But you relax until your Patriots get back here. Honestly, they're probably back before you get back.
Depends on how long we were flying for.
Not that long, honestly. You're like right, like 50 minutes or so away.
Imagine if we teleported back right when Polaris jumps in.
That would be so bad.
Just teleport in, drowning immediately. Hypothermia checks. Yeah, but eventually you all convene, get back. Yeah, the delivery's made to Atney's. Riley, as you get back, you hear something from upstairs.
Jane, is that you?
Jane's currently at the stairwell of the upper floor. No, that's not me.
Oh, he's rushing.
Yeah, as you get up, you open the door to the teleportation chamber, you see a pair of black curtains and two Atneys sort of looking at the structure. Right, so... Oh. Hi, sorry.
Oh,
to
thank
you guys to
God
get back
it's
so
just
soon.
you two. Oh my God. Oh my fucking Guina. Almost had a heart attack.
Is this the first time we're seeing them in person?
Other than when you last delivered the Arcanium? Yes. I mean, you've seen them in person before, all the time. Just not in the world.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, other than the first time you met them, yeah, this is the first time you see them in the world in a while. So, sorry to intrude. It was just kind of... We were kind of hoping to just get in and out and get some measurements. Didn't want to intrude too much. Sorry, probably should have asked your permission, honestly. This seems like an etiquette thing. But... honestly, I was hoping you would find us. Anyway, yeah, just
It's fine. You know what? We'll call it even for that time that I tried to read your mind.
You know, I've forgiven you for that, but thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, this is, wow, you guys are in Thane.
Yes.
Why?
Just have some business here.
Have you heard anything on the news?
The news?
Paper?
No. We are out on the road. Well, we were.
Well,
we can be.
We are too, kind of.
What happened?
We may have destabilized geopolitics a little bit. Just a tiny bit.
Rupor's eyes widen. For the first time you see an expression on his face that is not grump. Theopor's eyes also widen. They sort of turn to each other for a bit. They look back at you. Theopor goes, holy shit. What do you mean destabilize There's only one city. Did you kill the Arbiter?
Didn't kill the Arbiter.
Not me. I put my finger on my nose.
Both of you make a deception check.
I'm telling the truth.
You're implicit in killing the Arbiter. That's basically the same thing.
True. What's it? Where's deception?
There's the bad rolls.
Where it matters. Hey, you rolled a 25. Yeah, he sort of like runs his hand through his hair and just like rubs the forehead. Rupor sort of looks around, like sort of making sure that there's like nothing dangerous around, just looking kind of sheepishly around. Rupor goes, okay. this is gonna be... We'll still do your defense system, because we like you. We're gonna need to rethink our relationship after this.
We woke up and decided, okay, Arbiter's gotta die. We don't do these things lightly.
But you still did them. It hasn't stopped you.
It wasn't. Well, wasn't me and Riley specifically who killed the Arbiter.
I'm assuming it was with Zero, right?
Zero didn't kill the Arbiter either.
He inhales sharply. How many people were in on this conspiracy to kill the Arbiter?
Like hundreds, probably.
100.
Not that we're related to that, but
I think there's motives to kill everyone. I think.
He just looks flabbergasted at your words. Yeah, there is.
Look, Theopor, we're going to be real with you. Assuming Silnia doesn't try some fuck shit, Teague is going to be open for business.
He leans forward. What do you mean by that?
I mean, the city is open. Anybody can come. This place is no longer a no man's land. People are free to come and go.
I'll actually pique your interest a little bit. It's where I found the orb of annihilation.
He sort of ponders for a bit. But he looks at the both of you. I don't know how open for business it is. Just based on how cities or form, there needs to be a reason to visit the city. Teague has no natural resources. It is a prison city. That's why
Was a prison city.
Was a prison city. There's no reason to visit it now. There's no tourists, the tourism, no like fancy parks, nothing to even really explore unless you want ice, which will melt by the time you get there. There's just death. Death and snow and just wasteland as far as you can see. That's why it was a prison city.
Well, now it's going to be a bastion of probably a bunch of researchers who want access to this place because it's been off limits for so long.
I'm actually worried that Silnia might be trying to find, well, either the Orb of Annihilation and the Dawn Flare.
What the hell's the Dawn Flare?
Oh, you didn't know of Arbiter's secret project?
Of course I didn't! oh, you know, just a secret project that everybody knows about.
You read that on the back of a piece of bubble gum? What do you mean? What is the Dawn Flare?
It's an interesting feat of engineering. I was able to make it go forward and back and shoot.
You cannot be more vague. More vague.
Oh my God.
Honestly, the prospect of something that goes forwards and backs and shoot part of the Arbiter's grand secret project that you in particular know how to pilot does not instill in me any sense of confidence.
Well, he's not kidding. It does go forward, and I guess it goes backwards too. And it shoots. I've seen that much.
Ryupor has at this point regained his composure and sort of looks at Theopor, who is still kind of like not in hysterics, but he's on the cusp. As they sort of look at each other for a bit, Ryupor sort of nods. Okay, we're not snitches. It's not our business yet. Look, I'm not gonna lie and say we don't have an interest in the things that the Arbiter were doing, especially if they're grand secret projects that go forwards and backwards and shoots. And you found a Seer Annihilation there. That's kind of interesting. Look, I'm just saying that if before anything goes down, because you just he inhales very deeply, assassinated a world leader. If you get us in before anything happens, any of the repercussions, to let us poke around, explore, maybe take a few things off the side, it would be greatly appreciated. I'll just put that out there.
Yeah, we can do that.
Good.
We're just waiting on, well, Air Assassin to come back.
Okay, while you're doing that, I'm gonna go mull over this with some wine. Rupar, you finish up measurements. Rupar just... he sighs heavily, but there's no sound. As he just goes back to just beginning to take measurements with, like, yield stick measure, pretty much. Like, it's like collapsible pieces of wood. He's like taking measurements, writing something down in a notepad. Theopor just goes back to the curtain. It's just
Hey,
gone.
Chris, you know that you didn't have to drop all that stuff about the secret project, right? They were gonna find out about the Arbiter's death anyway, but, like...
Hello?
Oh, is he dead?
Oh no, hi. Are you back?
Oh, I thought there was more.
No, that's what I was saying.
Oh, okay. Uh, well, I just wanted to let them know. Pique their interest a little bit.
Well, at least they're not interested in screwing us over. I mean, business is business. I guess in that regard, having somebody utterly neutral is pretty good. But, let's not make a habit of this.
Zero, what are you doing during all this? Are you there? Or are you doing something else?
I'm probably just pacing in my room now, waiting to hear back from Claudine.
Okay. Yeah, you hear some yelling from upstairs. You're not sure what it is. But eventually it dies down. Yeah, but report stays for a little bit. Another like 30 minutes or so, just taking stock of the room, like the material is made out of. And then he leaves. Back to the curtain, where the curtain just collapsed into nothing. Eventually, unless anyone wants to do anything, Claudine does return.
What, after the hour?
Yeah, she does. She does return.
Oh, she does.
She does return. Yeah. Comes back. Boards the dragon as the stairs descend, letting her up, and she boards it. They come back up, once again sealing the house. They're all sort of just waiting. See what she says. She does not look happy.
So things did not go to plan then.
No. They said that the way that the assassination happened was, quote, too far outside of the realm for it to be useful. So I guess the job doesn't count. He just sort of stares, not at anyone in particular, but between you at nothing.
Stares very intently at Chris. So did they assign you something else then?
They said they'll keep in contact. Do whatever other fucking suicidal mission they'll put me on.
So you're telling me that we have destabilized geopolitics and didn't even accomplish the one thing we were here for? Hey, Zero, is this grounds to wage war on the Rexans, or do we,
I mean,
go along with whatever stupid shit that they're gonna make Claudine go through again?
I think we're well past that. They hate us. But I want to make a call to somebody. With your permission, Claudine, obviously, because we don't want anything to happen to your dad if we can help it. That answer is unacceptable from them. And they're full of shit. So I think there's probably a couple things we could do about it.
Oh, I think I know what you're gonna do. Okay, yeah, do it.
Wait. I mean, one of which being that we know somebody that knows possibly, potentially where they're keeping him. And we can just go get him ourselves, because this is fucking ridiculous. But I'm not going to make any moves without your permission on this.
Plan B could be cloning.
Well, true.
But
However,
you'd have to wait 120 days.
I've been waiting.
and it was
2 decades.
your plan that got her into this situation.
My plan?
Yeah.
I'm just going to step forward and, just speak to Claudine and be like, hey, we can find a way out of this, but I'm not going to make any moves without your permission on this. Just take some time to think about it. I know this has probably been a lot today. But we're not going to get you this far just to let them keep leading you around. Because at this rate, it'll never be enough. We got rid of their biggest threat in Thane. They don't have to hide anymore. And that should have been enough. But, we're getting your dad back.
Claudine sort of looks towards you, Zero. Make an insight check.
Do I get advantage?
I'll allow it. Okay.
Oh, I don't need it.
You've spent some time with Claudine. Although you have, really, but you spent a little bit more intimate time with Claudine. You haven't picked up on tells necessarily, but you just get a vibe from her eyes that she looks tired of everything. She sort of just looks at you. Barely any fire in her eyes at all. Whoever you have to speak to, just have my blessing, I guess.
I'm gonna give her another big hug.
Yeah, you give her a big hug. She just... It takes a few seconds, but she sort of just limply hugs back. Who are you gonna talk to?
I probably shouldn't say yet until we know if they'll help us.
Okay. I'm going to... I don't know. I think I'm gonna lay down for a bit.
Okay.
He begins to just not make an eye contact with anyone, just walks up one floor to one other room, so you can get the door just slowly close. Okay, what are you doing?
So do we contact the person.
Yeah, I can.
You're gonna talk to the courtesan queen, I assume.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
gonna cast sending, and I'm going to send to the courtesan queen and just say, "Can we speak to you tonight?"
Well, sure. About what? Details, baby.
I'll send again and just say, same thing as last time.
All right. Well, same place as last time. Don't be late.
We didn't go till like late at night, right?
I think
Yep.
so. Yeah.
Okay, so I guess we'll have to just kill some time. It's barely like mid-afternoon right now or something.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's about noon this time. Yeah, so you got a couple of hours to kill if you like.
Well, why don't you two rest up and gain your teleportation back? Because I'm sure as hell not getting us there.
Yeah, that'll have to probably be more of Chris. I only have one use left.
Oh, and you know what? We can't have an all bad news day today. I found that big shrimp, and now I'm stronger.
I'm gonna laugh out loud in character and just give Riley a pat on the back. Just, good job, bud.
We needed one small win. Well, I say that as if Teague did not fold to our ambition.
You should
I-
occasionally check on that orb and the dawn flare, just in case.
I'm not going anywhere near that thing.
Yeah, I'm gonna go take a nap until it's time.
Okay. You have till the night. What's anyone doing?
I'm just gonna fillet them fishies.
Yeah, it takes a while. I mean, how big these fucking fish are.
Yeah, I guess I'll rest too.
Okay. As you all rest up. Morelli, you get to watch as the sun sets. You never see it in Thane, not very much at least. But you do know it's going away with how dark it gets. Eventually evening hits. Players going anywhere or just staying roughly here or just kicking up?
I mean, the Atneys want to see what's going on in Teague, right? So we should probably head back.
Yeah, so it'll be roughly days travel, but if he's picking up the meat, he'll be partway through there anyway. Eventually night does come. Yeah, same place as before. The courtesan queen has been petitioned once again. Who's going?
I'm going.
I guess somebody should stay behind, huh?
I'll go.
I guess that leaves Riley behind.
Yeah, as you're
Do
all
you
It's
want to
also
go,
here.
Riley?
Jane's here, but like, we don't have our systems like in place yet. So
The Atneys will
When-
be here, I guess.
yeah, but I think it's better if Riley stays.
Then I guess I will use my last teleportation to get us to the fuck, what's that part of Obethus called again?
the red corner,
Yeah, that place.
going to the Golden Gala, which is where Courtesan Queen likes to frequent.
Yeah, that place.
Okay, Chris, you're
Oh,
coming
it's-
along.
Yeah, I'll go. Come along.
Okay.
It's been dawn, right?
No,
I mean, like from after the
after the fight.
after I got back from like the train.
Yes, it has been then.
Oh, okay. Good.
Okay. but no manservant to greet you this time. But you know where it is, Zero. You've been there a number of times already. As you walk in, the golden dancing lights, the soft hushed whispers, the soft music gently is permeating the area. This air of sophistication surrounds you, almost suffocating in a way, but in a kind of way that you don't really mind in a sense. Like it's a very welcoming, almost addictive atmosphere. As you walk in, the proprietor points you towards the exact same table, exact same person. The ostentatious dress shifting between forms at will, pretty much, just seeing what they're feeling like today. You see they have a little hand mirror in one hand, just shifting between physical forms. The recessed stare into this almost square little divot in the ground. The golden curtains that surround. As you all sit down, the wine's already open. The queen's been partaking very liberally. And the moment the curtains surround and close, hush, silence. Just the sound of whatever sounds are within this tiny curtain-filled, barrier to chamber, and the sound of your own bodies, more or less. Well, 2 meetings in 1 week. I tell you all, privileged bunch. That'll cost some people thousands. So, sort of lean forward, like hands interlocked, just resting their heads on the back of their hands. What juicy nuggets do you have for me today?
Well, I'm gonna cast message, sleight of hand cast message, and tell Chris, just speak to Chris and just be like, do I tell them about the Arbiter?
I think that would be good enough information.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna cast it again and be like, do I tell them about the Dawn Flare or Dawnbreaker? Whatever it's
Maybe
called.
leave
Which
it
is
out
called?
for now.
Okay. Cool. I will rest my hands. Yeah, fold my fingers together and just rest my hands on the table. And just say, I'm confident you are probably the first person on the mainland to learn this. It will not be very long until the rest of the world catches wind. The Grand Arbiter's dead. So is his team of mages and guard captains, whatever. And Teague has fallen, essentially.
The queen... You've told the queen about like apocalypses and like world-ending things. And that intrigued them. This has been the first information you've given them that has surprised them. Holy shit. I'm assuming you did it.
I didn't do it.
I'm assuming you were involved.
I give a small shrug.
Honey, I'm gonna find out sooner or later.
It wasn't for political gain or anything like that. We don't care about Teague. It was something much more personal that was led by somebody else that had personal motivations to execute this plan. We did not want them to get killed. They're very important to us, and we simply acted as assistants. And we have no gain out of this. We just had to help this person. Admittedly, it was with the deal with the Ruxins that they were working under, but that has since fallen through. because the Ruxans were not satisfied with the result. Because as I said before, Thane has fallen. Not Thane. Teague has fallen.
Well, you're not exactly inaccurate with Thane has fallen. Well, it depends on your definition of fallen. This is just didn't hear this from me. Well, the Ruxans always had a DI on Teague. We've always wanted to just install a puppet in the Arbiter's place. Just take over the whole shebang. If you said it's fallen, yeah, that would put a damper on their plans. I'd imagine. Maybe it's for the best. Interesting tidbit, but like you said, the world's going to know about it. If everyone knows about it, it's not very valuable now, is it? But we'll lean forward and just take a swig of wine. It is nice insider info. Yeah, it makes me all warm and bubbly inside. I'm the first to know about it. So thank you.
I'm going to cast message again to Chris and just be like, I'm gonna do it. I don't know who the courtesan queen's gonna tell. And
Just be careful about
okay.
that information getting to Sylnia.
Okay. And I'm going to scoot my chair closer to the courtesan queen, and I'm going to politely and gently take their hand and put it between mine and look at them respectfully and just tell them what I'm about to tell you. You have to keep this information private. I understand you have a lot of connections and people that would pay a lot to receive information like this, but I'm asking you as somewhat of a friend. Please keep this to yourself.
Make a persuasion check.
There. Oh my god. I should get advantage because I'm hot.
No.
Or we can just
There we
roll all the
fucking
20s this session.
There's-
Just all of the 20s.
Fucking
All of them.
go.
Dude, next combat, y'all are fucking dead.
We are
We
we're cooked.
fucking
We're cooked.
go.
Y'all never
I
have to roll
hope
level
it's an
5.
ancient gold dragon.
Canonically, it's because I'm hot. I don't care what you say.
I'll allow it. Y'all are never going to roll above a 5 ever again. You can continue with your... You continue. You had other things to say before I interrupted you. There are.
I will lean into them closer and only being a little flirty for the just buttering them up because I need information. And I'll just keep holding on their hand and just say to them, there is tunnels under Thane that the Grand Arbiter has been working on. He also has an insane amount of arcanium hidden down there. We're still exploring everything. We haven't uncovered any details yet, but he and his team had something very big planned surrounding melting the permanent freeze over Thane, because that was not naturally there. That is now under our control. We are doing everything in our power to ensure that this information does not reach anyone, especially the likes of anyone in Sylnia, who already has their grubby fingers in far too many pies. And a discovery like this for them would shift things very largely in their favor, and we don't need that.
The queen sort of takes your hands sort of deeper into theirs and just looks you directly in the eye, kind of with like a serious expression. Look, I can't promise that I won't tell anyone. It is my job, understand? Though, I'll admit, I believe you and I have very similar views on what Sylnia can or should or shouldn't know. So while I can't say that enough coin won't loosen my lips, I can at least guarantee you that it won't be Sylnian coin that does it.
I'm just gonna let out a big, deep sigh, and I'm just gonna look back up at them again, and I will, my face will not harden. I will not get hostile, but I will tell them, I understand. This is your business, but if you deliver that information to anyone, you be sure to also deliver to them that these Zodiacs are the ones in charge of protecting it and guarding it, and will do anything and everything in our power to take anyone out that comes after it. So just give them a fair warning.
No. You'll have that. Have my guarantee of that too. After all, anyone that's fool enough to go after that little project, better not miss. Not against you. Say you're in control of this thing, Arcanium. Well, he's dead, so I guess it's not really a secret to be kept now, is it? I know where he's getting all that.
Oh?
Consider a free favor. You telling me stuff in confidence? I'll tell you stuff in confidence. And it might be useful, save you some digging around. If you kill the man, can't exactly expunge his secrets now, can he? Well, you can, but I don't think any of y'all are clerically inclined. You know of the Spear Point Mountain? The digs happening there?
Yeah.
I can't be 100% certain, but enough evidence points towards it. There's a titan inside there. I don't know if it's living or not, but a titan. That's what the digs are, where he gets all the Icanium from. That's why he's been selling it to anyone that'll buy it. Sylnia being a good, right customer. How they power all their trains, all their boats, their city. If you knocked Teague out of the picture, and if those shipments don't keep coming, you're gonna be... Well, Sylnia's gonna have an issue. It was all very hush-hush, even to begin with. While the prisoners kept, appearing. Fuel for the dig to fuel the city. Very lucrative.
Interesting.
That explains kind of the guard presence at the Spear Point Mountain.
Yeah. Last I heard, anyone that tries to even leave without any permission gets shot down immediately. Permission to execute.
All right, well, with that information, I did have a request, or a question, I should say.
Shoot. Mask. I love requests.
The Ruxins, they went back on their deal with a good friend of mine. Somebody that she loves is involved. And this person is being kept somewhere. It's relatively petty. Few tens of thousands of gold. Something like that. That was owed to the Ruxins. So I don't think this person is being kept in a pocket dimension or the astral or anything like that, but we need to know where to find him.
Do you have a name? Easy to narrow down the name.
What's his name, Simon?
Thagos. I believe you brought it up last time as well.
His name is Thagos.
Oh. Yeah, that was the fellow you're asking about last time we talked about, huh?
Yeah.
The face gets a little sadder. I don't know how to tell you this. I did some digging, just curiosity on my part, honestly. There is a prisoner I discovered. The Ruxins have been keeping. Lagos, a thief, a padfoot. 30 years ago. So, pretty decent. Then fucked up a job. You said that someone dear to you, that's the person that the Ruxins are keeping, that's keeping them on a leash.
Yes.
There's no easy way to say this. Lagos has been dead for 20 years.
I fucking knew it!
That is where we'll end the session.
Oh, wow.
Alright, so full scale war, let's go! We're taking all of Thane!
I wonder what. I'm just thinking of what Claudine would feel like knowing that information. It's like a real tragedy.
We can't tell her the truth, man. That's 20 years.
Yeah, but she's gonna be under their employ for the rest of her
No.
life.
I'll tell her that he's gone, but we have to say it was illness or something. Like relatively recent. I don't want it to make it seem like her work was for nothing.
Oh.
God. We can tell her the truth, but fuck me, dude. Oh my god.
I
That
fucking
hurts.
knew
That
it.
fucking hurts,
I
dude.
knew it. I called it ages ago. I called it like over a year ago.
You did. I was gonna say,
Yeah.
you you sent the sending. You're like, I didn't, you don't get anything, and you're like, oh, your father might be dead. I'd be like, I was sitting here sweating. I was like, yeah.
The way you broke it to Claudine.
At least you
Your father's dead.
So, yeah,
At least
well, I mean,
You might have softened the blow a little bit.
a little bit, yeah. I may have planted that seed already. Oops. Well, not oops. I didn't have anything to do with this.
Do you guys mind if I be the one to tell her this time?
Yeah, go for it. I mean,
Oh.
Riley doesn't know. He thinks.
Oh, that's true.
Although, do you think it would be good to tell her the truth, though?
That is
I'll
something to
tell her.
ruminate on for 2 weeks.
I'll tell her everything.
Holy shit, what a session.
It's a beefy fucking session.
The gang witnesses 20s.
A lot of fucking 20s. So many 20s.
We
This
rolled a lot
20
of 20s at 20 years. Oh my god.
This 20 came in fucking clutch.
Normally, I name these sessions like something that happened in the session, but I might just name this one. The gang's favorite number is 20.
The gang rolls a 20. How about that?
Fine. Finally, some decent fucking rolls.
6,000 DXP for everybody.
Okay. When's level 21?
After 6,000.
So 73.